checked it out. It would mean a lot to me if you guys did. I'm going to be covering Gamescom over there. There's daily videos on gaming news, movie news on that channel as well. Okay, so again, links in the description below. Podcast Now Plus is the channel name. All right.
Vale.
Excluded things like Suicide Squad, Kill the Justice League, and the Gotham Knights, or Gotham Knights,
lo he pillado un poco tarde. Estamos en directo viendo la Gamescom. Viendo la Gamescom.
I think that it could be there, but very, very unlikely. Definitely want it to be. I just really think.
No sé si cómo se escuchará. Voy a ver. Ese es el Batman, el Gotham Knight.
I just don't think it fits on a list like this. Okay.
So let's go through some things.
Again, these are things I want. These are not necessarily predictions, because at the same time, I'm fully aware that some of these are not going to happen. And these are, by the way, are in no particular order. So the first thing, and we'll go with some things that I think, again, maybe aren't so likely, is the Mass Effect remaster. Okay. Now, I think that this is going to be announced in September. We kind of know it's going to be announced in September. I kind of just want to throw it in there because, again, this is a game that, well, Gamescom is so close to September. You know what I mean? It's only like 4 days before it.
Estoy viendo, estoy buscando por
And
YouTube.
then over the next couple of days, when they have the the developer showcases, whatever they want to call them, to see gameplay of it. I mean, it fits. Look, Mass Effect, this remastered trilogy, fits the description of what kind of Gamescom is. Okay, it's not the biggest thing in the world. It's not the smallest thing in the world. Which I think you'll find kind of almost a common theme from
Después
these
se
things.
resube.
Gamescom is not
Hombre, hola Jorge. Pues muchas gracias. Muchas gracias.
I love Jeff Keighley. He does a great job. But we know, the shows are kind of overhyped a lot, including even from people like me. And then they end up just not being all that great. Okay, so I think Mass Effect kind of fits the build. The only reason, obviously, I think that this isn't going to happen is because we've heard a lot of talk that this is going to be in September. At the same time,
de la Gamescom? ¿Qué juegos echáis? Bueno, ¿qué juegos esperáis de la Gamescom? Quizás un de las of Us 3.
I think it's definitely possible. Second thing, again,
Gotham Knight,
Harry Potter open world.
Mira, Harry Potter.
Now, the reason I put this here is mainly driven by hope. This is because I hope that this game is going to be here. I want this game to be here, and it's so powerful. My hope for it. It overshadows the fact that there's just no way that it's going to happen. Now,
por mí todo bien, todo bien. Tendría que estar trabajando, pero como llegué al número máximo de horas, pues me echaron del trabajo. No podía trabajar más. Por lo más bien. Esto es de la primera película, ¿no? De Harry Potter. ¿Y tú qué, Jorge? ¿Todo bien? ¿Todo bien ahí?
Warner Bros. Is on there.
Ya no me acuerdo de las capas. Llevaban capas,
We'll get to what I think it is in just a second.
Seguramente
but we can all dream. You know what I mean? We can all dream that a game like Harry Potter could happen at a Gamescom. Again, I think the thing holding it back is because the show just flat out isn't for that. This game would be absolutely
enormous.
I think Harry Potter
hombre, lo que sea.
would be kind of the headline of any
¿Qué
event.
tal
If it was at, say, like a PS5 event,
todo
let's say,
con la crisis
Sony show,
y el virus T que hay por el mundo?
This would be one of like the top 2, top 3 talking points. So I really
un
feel
segundo,
like it has
un
such
segundo.
Power.
Tengo que hacer una cosa.
In a Gamescom, again,
Tengo que hacer
I
una
would just
cosa.
really hope. Number 3, this is the reason why I do think Warner Bros. Is here, is the Lego Star Wars release date. So this is more of a prediction. This is kind of so you guys can tell, okay, he's not just like firstly an idiot, and he's not just also saying things that he hopes is there, but he also clearly knows won't be. No, Star Wars, I really do think, I've been saying it actually for several weeks. I've even made a video on it on the second channel. I 1000% believe this game is going to
lo hago después.
We know it was supposed to get news before the end of August. I actually believe they said before the end of summer. People kind of called them out.
¿Te imaginas matando zombies que fuera ese verdad? En plan, no sé, Resident Evil o Guerra Mundial Z.
Remember, the release date of this game was already leaked. It's mid-October.
Cualquier juego así, mira, Kingdom Hearts, el musical, este fue el directo de ayer de Nintendo, bueno, el mini directo de Nintendo.
It has made people, including myself, worry. Maybe there's a delay, maybe something happened. I think it's definitely still possible this game does come out in October.
Pues aquí en Andalucía se ha dado el mayor número de casos, 846. En el País Vasco fueron 700 casos nuevos Pero claro, Andalucía son 8 ciudades, ¿vale? Sevilla, Huelva, Almería, Granada, Córdoba, Jaén, Cádiz, Sevilla, Granada, Cádiz, Huelva, Almería, Córdoba, Jaén, me queda una. Almería, Huelva, Córdoba. Y claro, como son 8 comunidades autónomas, pues hay más posibilidades. No es lo mismo que en una ciudad, ¿vale? Lo que quiere decir que no es que esté todo... O sea, hay 846 casos nuevos, pero hay un sitio que está limpio. Creo que era en Granada se hayan dado 0 casos, algo así. Vale, el Assassin's Creed Valhalla. Vale, el Assassin's Creed Valhalla. ¿Lo esperáis con ganas? ¿Estará Thor, tío? ¿Estará Thor de los Vengadores? A ver, ¿tú qué esperas de esta Gamescom 2020, Jorge? ¿Qué juego esperas? ¿Assassin's Creed? ¿Gotham Knight? El Spider-Man, el Spider-Man Miles Morales, algún juego de Pokémon, un God of War 2, Age of Empires, algún Halo, Cuphead, algún anuncio para exclusivo, a lo mejor sale de las Us 2 para ordenador en PS Now, ¿vale? ¿Vale? O simplemente sale para ordenador, como el Death Stranding, que salió para ordenador, el Detroit Become Human, que salió para ordenador cuando era exclusivo de Sony, entre comillas, pero como Quantum Dream no ganaba dinero vendiendo su juego, pues se fueron a otras plataformas y lo lanzaron para ordenador y eso. No esperas nada. No sé, espero que te sorprenda. Que salga el modo online de The Last of Us 2. Yo creo que para eso aún queda, ¿vale? Yo creo que para que salga el modo multijugador aún queda.
I don't like it, I'm not like over the moon about it. Like I'm okay with it. But at the same time, then we've had all these allegations.
¿Te gusta ojo la diferencia de un momento. Esto está a 1080, sí, lo tengo a 1080, ¿vale? Lo tengo a 1080. Está a 1080 el esto. Los otros móviles que podría ponerlo.
It's gonna be solid. It's just can it be amazing? I think that gameplay that we saw really hurt a lot of people.
Ojo, ¿se quemará la casa? Parece que sí.
I think people again were expecting it to be
pero empieza a arder, pero aquí están enseñando un poco. Yo espero que salga. Pues más o menos igual que tú. Supongo que el multijugador de The Last of Us, algún juego para la nueva generación de Play 5, porque en Xbox sabemos que la Xbox Series X va a ser retrocompatible. Es decir, los juegos que metas, o sea, tus juegos de Xbox One o la 360 o eso, va a ser retrocompatible con la serie X. Entonces, no te tienes que comprar 2 veces el mismo juego, como el caso, por ejemplo, con PlayStation, que si querías jugar a The Last of Us 1, tenías que comprarte la Play 3. Porque no se sabía que un año más tarde se iba a lanzar para Play 4. Pero es un año. O por ejemplo, Shadow of the Colossus salió para Play 2 y luego para Play 3 y para Play 4 y más juegos de ese estilo que sale para una generación. Por ejemplo, el Resident Evil 5 salió para Play 3, salió para Play 4, o el Resident Evil 6 o el Revelaciones 1 y 2 salió también para otras consolas. Cosas así, aunque ya se sabe que no va a ser retrocompatible. Y de hecho el Fall Guys, ese juego yo lo he visto y parece entretenido. Es el que más se ha descargado en PlayStation en un mes. Más de 20 millones de jugadores en menos de un mes. Ha superado te dejo un rato. Vale. Pues nada, cuídate, Jorge. ten cuidado y ya sabes, mascarilla siempre. Mascarilla siempre, 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 siempre.
In August, and we haven't seen it yet, so Gamescom seems like a good place for that. Obviously, that game seems to only be coming out on next gen, so that kind of fits the build. So something like that. I just want a few games in this 2-hour, conference. I want a couple games that are for next gen. I think that's kind of a necessity for an event like this. But guys, let me know in the comments below. What do you think? What are some games? What are some announcements that you want to see at Gamescom? Do you like mine? Do you think mine are completely crazy? Let me know. As always, make sure you guys are subscribed to this YouTube channel, Podcast Now. Hit the bell icon so you guys know when all these videos go up. And I'll be covering Gamescom, live as it's happening. We'll have videos right after, whatever gets announced. Obviously, we know like Call of Duty and stuff like that is going to be there. Destiny, Doom Eternal. Like, there's some confirmed things that are going to be at Gamescom. I'll pick
Ghost of Tsushima, The Last of Us Parte 2, Black Widow, Spider-Man. Estas son las revelaciones. Esto dura 11-23 minutos. Pues parece ser que empieza. Yo sé que empieza a y media, chaval. Pero, a ver, a ver, un segundete. Gamescom está aquí, ¿no? Aquí, tío, aquí. No sé. Pero esto ya lo hemos visto. Assassin's Creed Valhalla. A ver. Directo. Parece que ya ha empezado la Gamescom, ¿no? No sé yo. A ver. No sé, tío. A ver. La Gamescom. En directo. A ver. A ver, un segundo. Están viendo algo. ¿Dónde era la Gamescom? A ver si es aquí. Guarda, a ver, ¿dónde está? A ver, es aquí, ¿no? Es que la Gamescom aún no está, pero no sé dónde está. Gamescom Opening Night Live, creo que es. Ah, mira, pues a lo mejor tengo que poner esto. A ver, copiar. Duplicar. No he empezado todavía. Gamescom en directo. IGN, en IGN, tío. A ver. A ver, es que hay mucha gente en directo ahora, pero nadie pone la ULR de la Gamescom. Está con trailer y eso. Esto fuera. Aquí esto lo puedo dejar. Este es esto, tío. Esperando. Es 37 de agosto, pero Gamescom. Mira, voy a duplicar este. Voy a poner Gamescom 2020. Pero es que está. Ah, mira, Gamescom. Pero claro. Es que. Es Postcan. IGN. Ah, mira, es este. Oh, nene. Oh, mamá, vale. Vale, pues me voy a. Pues me voy a suscribir. Por si acaso. Para otros años. Aquí. Vale. A ver. Ya lo hemos encontrado y empieza en 16 minutillos, ¿de acuerdo? De momento vamos a hacer cosas aquí. Vamos a cerrar cosas. Vamos a cerrar cositas buenas. Suscríbete, participa, Eurogame Spain, participa en el sorteo. Bueno. A ver. El canal. Game es. Game, a ver, espérate. Gamescom es de Game Award. Game Award. Game Award. A ver, si yo pongo. A ver. En Game Award, a ver. De Game Award. De Game Award 2020. A ver, de Game Award, vale. Vale. Sí, vale. Es aquí el recordatorio de la Gamescom, vale. Que tenemos para elegir. Tenemos este. Tenemos tanto este como este. ¿Vale? Si queréis decir cuál queréis, me podéis decir cuál queréis. Podéis elegir entre este y este. Esto lo cerramos. Puedo cerrar cosas. Puedo cerrar el tráiler este. La emisión en directo. Esto lo podemos cerrar también. Entonces quedan dos. Queda este. Este es el azul claro y este es el oscuro, ¿de acuerdo? Para que veáis que... Uy, este no es. Espera, queda un minuto, ¿eh? Hostia, y es porque aquí quedan 14, tío. A ver. A ver. Ah, bueno, aquí pone empieza a las 8 PM. Pero qué raro, ¿no? A ver, voy a seguir viendo cosas. Voy a seguir viendo cositas. Vale. Quiero ver el de Eurogamer. Eurogamer, ¿vale? Eurogamer, ¿vale? Quiero tener el suyo preparado. Por si acaso. Empieza el pre-show en un minuto, ojo, ¿no? Un segundo, que hay cositas del trabajo. ¿Cómo? A ver. Muere un niño que estaba en el parque o cómo. Hostia puto,
esto en Eurogamer no pasa. Esto nosotros habíamos dicho que hay cuarto y hay 14 estábamos aquí pinchando, vamos a ver, ¿qué más cuenta la gente? Ojalá Nintendo tenga la fecha del no directo mañana. Vale, esto ya empieza con un anuncio de Larios.
Vale, pero porque el anuncio de Larios es de YouTube. Pensaba que lo había puesto aquí y digo, pero ¿qué estás inventando?
Vale.
Y ahora tenemos como una segunda pantalla de
ahora otros 12 minutos para el pre-show,
Quiero ver, a ver.
Un poco la
Empieza. Yo qué sé, tío, a ver.
¿A qué se parece esto? Cuando los directos de Eurogamer empezamos a y media pero ponemos la cuenta atrás.
Sí.
Creo que somos un poco culpables de esto, entonces no nos podemos quejar.
Por cierto, ya que tenemos un rato más para hablar de paridas, Paula, ahora que te veo con una taza en la mano, que en cuadro no sale.
El cuadro, bueno.
Sí. ¿Habéis visto todos lo de... Esto me gusta muchísimo. Lo de la taza de Ubisoft.
Lo de la taza de Ubisoft es
increíble.
¿Puedes hacer la fantasía de poner la taza de Ubisoft encima del o va a romper el setup que lo flipas?
Igual se rompe el directo.
Igual se rompe el directo, vale.
No sé lo que... mi cuenta. Me tengo.
Esta mañana apareció un tweet de que Ubisoft había estado vendiendo unas cajas de merchandising y por un error, un bug, decían en la línea de producción, las cajas
un segundo, aún queda un poquito.
Al revés, hacia adentro. Y me parece que una taza
Ten por culo.
es quizás el mejor merchandising.
Se bugueó. Nada. Uy, a mí se me ve. A mí se me ve, tío. ¿Se me ve o no se me ve? Se me ve. Se me ve muy bien. Uy. Una taza de Ubisoft. Hay por ahí. Vídeo del canal. Esto fuera. A ver. Esto. Este es lo mismo, chaval. Entonces puedo quitar uno. Este se va a tomar por culo. Ah, han cambiado. Han puesto el que yo estaba viendo. Parece ser.
No se le escucha. Aquí no se escucha. ¿Lo escucháis todo bien? De que ya voy a mirar yo mis medidores por Pro.
Vale. Otro tema.
Han cambiado al que yo estaba viendo. Vale. Pues nada.
Y es otro juego que quizás no para rellenar un poquito de contenido porque de cara a final de año no tenían mucho. Indies muy chulos, por cierto, los tengo que decir.
Pueden anunciar Destiny, o sea, Destiny 2.
Hubieran tenido Hollow Knight, quizás
Puede salir un nuevo Animal Crossing, un F0. Puede salir Resident Evil 8, Resident Evil Revelation 3, Half-Life 3. Yo qué sé. Juegos 2020. 2021, ¿vale? Cyberpunk, Far Cry 6, Hitman 3, Resident Evil 8, Vampire the Masquerade, Horizon Forbidden, Horizon 2, Werewolf Apocalypse, Ghostwire Tokyo, Stray, The Lost the Ring, Skull and Bone, New World, Solar Ash Kingdom, Vampire the Masquerade, The Outlast Trial, Insound, Sherlock Holmes, Metal Helsinki, Bajarme 40.000. Me queda por más. Balan Wonderworld, que va el Space, Blue Fire. A lo mejor también enseñan el. Que quedan todavía 9 minutos. Pueden enseñar Blue Fire, algún ojo de Pokémon, Kirby, yo qué sé. El Mario ese por el 30 aniversario también lo pueden enseñar. Spelunky 2, un Jazz of War nuevo, Gotham Knights, ¿vale? Los Vengadores también puede estar. A ver, vale, yo qué sé, Metro puede ser. A ver, Metro también puede ser Metro.
Un perfect.
A ver, CD Projekt aumenta su valor económico tras el anuncio de The Witcher 3 a Pokémon Go. ¿Qué?
Hombre, es verdad que Electrónica se vaya mucho este rollo, ¿eh?
¿Cómo? ¿No?
El trap.
Un TikTok de Mbappé. ¿Has visto el TikTok ese de Rosalía entrando al estudio para grabar?
No he visto.
Bueno, pues hay un TikTok de Rosalía entrando al estudio cogiendo café y no sé qué, ¿sabes? Pues eso.
Ah, vale, porque se parece al de Pokémon. Vale. Quedan 8 minutos 20. También puede enseñar, yo qué sé. La taza de Ubisoft que genera discordia. Sí. Una taza, ¿vale? La taza de Ubisoft. La vais a ver aquí. Si puedo, claro. Aquí tenéis la taza. Aquí tenéis la taza de Ubisoft. Vale. Y lo de CD Projekt es esto, ¿vale? Aumenta su valor económico tras el anuncio del juego de Witcher a los Pokémon Go, ¿vale? Se ve aquí las criaturas, ¿vale? De acuerdo, así que nada. Esto es la taza, ¿vale? La taza dicen dice, es la principal protagonista, más curioso, está corriendo como la prueba por internet, un sorteo, una taza y una troleada. La división china marcada más por en el país asiático, en algunos productos como bla. En las últimas era una taza de unidad se pedía como prueba entre ambos bandos. Pero la empresa Gala ha emitido un comunicado avisando de que no se lanzará dicho objeto. Se han disculpado por ello, asegurando que un error. Claro, es una troleada, ¿vale? Dice que ahí es ¿vale? Es algo orquestado por. Vale. Deben de quedar 6 minutos 40 segundos. Vale, yo voy a seguir aquí. Podemos ver un nuevo FIFA, un Call of Duty. Porque el Resident Evil va a tener serie en Netflix. Por ejemplo, el clima de Flight Simulator. Vale. Al Batman Orígenes, algún juego de Arkham, por ejemplo, tienen tienen los 3 juegos de Arkham. Tienen Batman Arkham Asylum, Arkham City, Los Orígenes de Batman y el Arkham Knight. Podrían lanzar los 4 para Play 5 y con el Gotham Knights, ¿sabes? ¿Por qué lanzarlo para Play 5? Porque en Xbox, en la serie X, va a ser retrocompatible. Metes tu juego, si lo tienes, y juegas. Vale. Mafia, Cold Black, Call of Duty, el remake de Mafia, el Doom, vale. Kingdom Hearts Melody, lanzamiento por sorpresa del nuevo juego de los padres de No Man's Sky, The Last Firefight, The Far Away, el Puma, el Fire PlayStation, curioso simulador de Instagram, Scarlet Nexus y Crash Bandicoot, Ratchet & Clank, Just Dance 21, que no va a llegar a Wii. Desde el 2009, ¿vale? O sea, iban casi 12 años, tío. ¿Qué más? A ver. Tengo que estar atento. 5 minutos exactos. 5 minutos exactos. Porque aquí ponen 5-8. Aquí ponen... va con retraso. Claro. Va con retraso. Queda menos. 4:30.
Tenía como muchos coloritos, que era así medio pixel art, cyberpunk y tal. Pues no sé qué pasó con ese juego. Iba a ser que hace 2 años. Luego no pasó.
A ver. Hostia, estos son 2 horas, ¿no? Esto van a ser 2 horas, creo, ¿no? ¿A qué hora? Esto termina...
Terminado viendo eso.
Cállate.
Cierto, y a Night.
Son...
A Night, Chiclana y Eurogamer. Ahí tenéis toda la información. Todo
En el
perfecto.
resto, cortes, mala traducción.
Cállate. Se escuchaba gente todo el rato, a ver. La taza la quitamos. Y es un... No sé si vosotros lo escucháis bien. Ojo que está mal el cable. Dicen que son... ¿Cuánto dura esto? No sé. 2 horas. Un segundo, tengo que poner bien los cascos. Es que aquí hay un nudo. Vale. El nudo, casi no se va a andar. Claro, si no me tengo fotos por aquí. ¿Cómo que voy a hacer? Ya está resuelto. Que no sé cuánto dura la Gamescom. A ver. Ya era Mile. ¿Cuánto dura? A ver. Quedan 2 minutos. A ver. Overwatch 2. A ver. A ver. Quedan 2 minutos 09, ¿de acuerdo? Aquí nadie, ¿vale? Un minuto 40. Es que será hasta menos y todo. 1:27. Aquí nadie sabe cuánto dura la Gamescom. Duración. Gamescom. Creo que son 2 horas, ¿no? Retransmisión tendrá 2 horas de duración. Es decir, de 7:30 a... Vale. Pues nada. 1 minuto. Ya mismo lo vamos a poner. La Gamescom. A las... Sí, también. A ver, 25 segundos, ojo, 25 segundos. 25 segundetes. Volumen. Que se escucha, 15. Ojo, ojo, ojo. Vale. Cuatro, 3, 2, 1. Voy a apagar el aire. Ya empieza, ¿vale? Mayor de 18 años.
Hello and welcome to the Gamescom Opening Night Live 2020 pre-show. I'm Kyle Bossman, and this is my hot and stinky apartment. I realize you probably have a lot of questions right now. Like, who is this guy? Not that important. Is this the show? No. Just to be clear, this is the pre-show. This is you and me for the next 20 minutes getting excited about Opening Night Live proper, the big show. That one is gonna look nice. That one's got Jeff Keighley. That one's got a budget. It's gonna be fancy looking. Not like this. And then you might be thinking, wait, is the next 20 minutes just this guy with his headband talking to me about stuff? No, it's going to be some of that, but most of the show is trailers. We have world premiere trailers right here for the pre-show. If anything, my job is just to smile at you and fill time in between trailers. In fact, we should, I think, start off with a trailer. We'll talk about Opening Night Live. It's going to be big and fun and awesome, but I feel like the best way to kick off a pre-show is just to get right into one. Our first world premiere trailer is a game that was just announced earlier this year at an Inside Xbox event from Bandai Namco. This is Scarlet Nexus.
Vale. La premiere. Xbox, ¿vale? Xbox.
To be prepared for anything. Intruders were just detected.
Necesito 2 pantallas. Esta planetaria. Es como Astral Chain, ¿no? Requiere. Se multiplica, tío. Es como Naruto, tío. Multiplicación oculta de cuerpo. No, o doble equipo de Pokémon. Gamescom. A ver. Está bien, la música está bien, me gusta. Scarlet Nexus se llama, ¿vale? Es exclusivo de Xbox. Mira, Xbox Series X y Xbox. Es exclusivo de Xbox. Si no, mirad abajo.
If you're just now joining us, this is the Gamescom Opening Night Live 2020 pre-show. That was a trailer for a video game and not an anime, and I'm Kyle Bossman, not important. For the next 20 minutes, much less than now, we are counting down the minutes until the big show, Opening Night Live, in which you're going to get fresh looks at Fall Guys Season 2, Destiny 2, Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War was just announced yesterday. We're already going to see more of that tonight. Lots of things to see. Cindy Goodman from IGN is going to be giving out the Gamescom awards for Best PC Game, Best PlayStation Game, Best Xbox Game, as well as talking about some brand new shows from IGN that they are debuting this week at Gamescom. Lots of stuff in ONL. It is going to be a chunky, thick show. But in the meantime, for this pre-show, it is time now for another world premiere on our end. The game next that we're going to see is called Quantum Error. And parents, let me warn you now, It's time to put the kids to bed.
Se pone interesante.
Hell in here. I don't care if you're in the Western Hemisphere and it is the afternoon.
¿Veis? Se le sube más el labio derecho que el de arriba. Vale, otro juego. Parece que será multiplataforma. Este juego está en progreso, no son imágenes reales. Lo típico. Un juego de matar zombies. Para PlayStation. Vale, pues. Para PlayStation parece ser, ¿no? No se sabe si es exclusivo, pero es muy genérico. De momento es genérico, ¿vale? Típico. Half-Life, ojo, Half-Life 3. Da un poquito de miedo que te esté esperando ahí y abre la puerta y te da un poco de Space quizás, ¿no? El sistema de... Esto es Days Space. Esto es Days Space. Me sonaba que... Ojo, ojo. Days Space. Esto es Days Space, creo yo, ¿eh? O alguien, no sé, pero yo creo que es... yo creo que es Days Space. Yo creo que es Days Space. Yo creo que es Days Space.
Humanity's reach will be infinite.
Quantum Error. ¿Eso? Pues no es de Space. Pues parecía, ¿eh? Hombre, el estudio cerró. Por eso me sorprende por eso me sorprende que fuera Days Space. Pero vamos, que por lo general.
with racing and innovation and a key partner of Gamescom for years, Ford. They're about to exclusively reveal the first ever car made with gamers for gamers. Check it out.
¿Otro juego? De coche. Team Forza.
And that was just the beginning. In May we launched Project P1 to design a car in collaboration with gamers for gaming. This project was a global first in our designers.
El programa termina a la 1 de la mañana, chaval. Termina a la 1 de la mañana, chaval. ¿No? ¿Termina a la 1 de la mañana? No sé cuándo termina, aquí pone 10:43 que es Open Night, de 20 a 22, de 22 a 23, de 23 a 01 Gamescom Studio End. Ya, hasta la 1 de la mañana, tío.
And now our second global announcement. You got us so excited with Project P1 that we are now committing to make a real world version.
40 minutos ya de directo. Un poquito más, 38, 40.
If I didn't have games, I guess I would just be writing a lot more. Video games and writing are absolutely my two favorite passions, and I just managed to combine them into a job. So I feel like, honestly, I probably would have finished a couple of books.
If there were no game, what else would I do? I mean, I like tech, but you need to do things on the technology. And so if I can't play things, if I wasn't into gaming, yeah, it'll be a lot of TV watching.
If there's out there a universe where I'm not a gamer, then I probably would start to game.
I think I will try something to put some smile on the face of everyone.
Sonrisa.
I would watch a lot more movies.
Piet Smith.
And read more books.
No me suena a nadie esta gente.
And get bored.
Me voy a quitar un momento, anda.
Welcome back to the Opening Night Live pre-show. This is only the second year of ONL existing, but I think it is safe to say that this year's will be unconventional. So to tell us what to expect from the show this year, please welcome Jeff Keighley. We are now joined by Jeff Keighley, host and executive producer of Opening Night Live. How you doing, Jeff?
I'm doing great, Kyle. How are you?
I'm doing okay.
Esto parece un botarán.
Back in April, Gamescom said we're going digital this year. when did you start thinking about ONL and how that's going to look?
Well, we knew last year we were going to do another ONL this year because it was a big success. But yeah, we had no idea what format it was going to take. Normally we are in Cologne. This year we're doing it from Los Angeles. But I actually, Gamescom came to me and said, we definitely want to do ONL. It's a digital event for the whole world. So even if we don't have something physically in Germany, we still want to do this show with you. And I said I was doing Summer Game Fest, and maybe we can bring all these things together to create this grand finale for the show. And all summer I was really hoping to do a show that was a little bit bigger than I've been, broadcasting from home here for many months. And I wanted to do something with kind of a set and a little bit of spectacle to it, and bring the whole industry together. And that's what we're gonna do.
So is it going to be just as long as a regular show?
Yeah, we have like 2 hours of stuff to show folks from across the industry. Like the big stuff, the biggest games out there like Call of Duty, and then a lot of really interesting titles. Of course, we're gonna have some amazing next gen stuff in the show, and Fall Guys Season 2, which has become a thing over the past couple of weeks. So it's really fun to have like the big and the small and the surprises and next gen all blended together. But yeah, it's a full blown show, 2 hours.
It's gonna be just back-to-back trailers, or are you gonna do some interviews and demos?
You will definitely see trailers. You will see some extended gameplay demos of some titles as well. There will be a few interviews with a couple of developers. We've got some special guests. And one thing I will say kind of right out of the gate is that this is not sort of wall-to-wall shock and awe announcements of new games similar to last year at Gamescom. We have some really big updates on games that fans are excited about and meaningful, but the kind of big surprise announcements, we have a few things in the show, and we have lots of great things planned for the Game Awards. But similar to last year, this is really a showcase of like big holiday games coming next year that about. So I would tell people to set their expectations to be really meaningful updates on existing games versus blowing you away with surprise shock announcements.
Great. Jeff, I'm personally looking forward to the show.
Well, me too. It's been really fun to build this, but even working with our team, it's been challenging to do things safely in the era of COVID, and it's meant a lot to me that Gamescom has said we still want to do this show, and I think for all of us in the industry, we want that big showcase. So I'm just really excited to honestly leave home, do have a set, and you'll see we've got like
de 10 a 43 a 20 hasta las 8
we're gonna hopefully create that magic moment that we haven't felt this summer. Right? A lot of the events this summer have been pre-taped, and they've been great, and
de 8 a 10 es la Gamescom Opening Night Live. De 10 a 11 es la Gamescom Studio.
Very cool. Good luck with everything.
Thanks, Kyle. Thanks for hosting the pre-show.
I'm doing my best.
Aquí lo tenéis.
So just so we're all on the same page about what just happened, that was basically an interview with my boss using questions that I mostly already know the answers to. So considering all that, I think that went pretty well. Next up, we do have another world premiere trailer, baby. Vroom vroom honk honk.
Solo está hablando.
Solo está hablando. We do have another world.
Solo está hablando. Pero ahora hay juego, ahora hay juego. Juego de coche. Track. Así. He podido cerrar pestañas, ¿de acuerdo? Me han faltado 2. Sí, los motos de camiones esos, ¿no? Plataformas. Vale, tú haces... vale, tú te creas el circuito. Vale, y algo como Super Mario Maker, que tú creas los niveles. ¿Puede ser? Sesión de gimnasio, estoy viendo. Nuevo play. Mira. Sí, es como el Mario Kart. Bueno, el Super Mario Maker. Voy a hacer lo que vea. Modo de juego, vale, a ver. El smash, golpea. Hay que romper cajitas. Y una gincana, ¿no? Gincana, vale. Venga. Gincana, golpear. Venga, muy bien. Dirt Fight. El Dirt Fight. Mira, el Vampire, uno de los que dije. Bueno, Vampire. Es un modo de juego, ¿vale? No sé por qué tartamudeado ahí. Continuará. O sea, esto es lo de bueno, ir al 16 de octubre. ¿En qué cae el 16 de octubre?
So you think like a vampire bit a car and sucked out gas? To be continued. It is now time for the part of the pre-show that I've been reading your live comments. I see them right now. Everybody's blowing up, demanding Kyle's 10 reasons to be excited for opening night live. Well, let's kick it off. Reason number 10 to be excited for opening night live 2020, feeling excited for next gen again. Number 9, Jeff Keighley wardrobe reveal. Number 8 reason to be excited for opening night live 2020, Destiny trailers are usually pretty good. Number 7, it will mean this pre-show is finally over. Number 6, Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War. Number 5 reason to be excited for ONL 2020, Shadow Drops.
Se quedan en 5.
Number 4, Fall Guys Season 2. Number 3 reason to be excited for ONL 2020, actual gameplay from a mysterious PlayStation 5 exclusive. Ooh. Number 2, everything else in my life sucks right now. And the number 1 reason to be excited for opening night live 2020, Jeff Keighley said it's gonna be good. We have one final world premiere trailer to show off, and this trailer is an announcement of a Switch version of a popular game from 2018 that can only be described as
Bloodborne 2, Dark Souls 4, porque creo que hay solo 3. Sí, ojo, en Nintendo Switch. Todavía Parque Jurásico. Por la música era.
Because they believed that they were in control. And control, well, here's the thing.
Construye tu parque ahora. Estaba para ordenador, creo, ¿no?
But we never really possess it. You see, life can be tenacious and stubborn. Life will not be contained.
Maestro completa la experiencia maestra, porque todos los DLC, contenido descargable, contenido exclusivo quizás. Estaba chulo, se vio hace un par de... edición completa, ¿vale? Llega el 3 de noviembre. El 3 de noviembre. Ya se puede... Vale, el 3... ¿Hemos dicho el 3 de noviembre? No sé.
That's it. That's all we have for you in this very pre-show. Please be excited for the actual opening night live, in which you'll see some Destiny 2, you'll see Fall Guys Season 2, you'll see Black Ops Cold War, that mysterious PlayStation 5 demo, some things we've probably never heard of before. I think it's going to be a very good show. I'm personally excited about it. Me! I should thank you, actually, for putting up with my nonsense for the last 20 minutes. It is appreciated, but seriously, enjoy the show.
Y se va. Por fin se va. Ahora juegos a muerte, ¿no?
So what's the plan?
Time to take control of our world.
Escucha bien.
When we feel out of place, disconnected, and divided.
Es el de...
Do we have what it takes?
All right, I'm going in.
To be heroes?
El de Xbox. El de cariño encogido a los niños. Vale, tienes que sobrevivir en un jardín. Encontrar agua, comida. Las hormigas son lo peor. Luego Tsushima. Horizon Zero Dawn. Eso no sería Resident Evil 2, ¿verdad?
I'm Jeff Keighley, and welcome to Gamescom Opening Night Live 2020. Now, this year, Gamescom is, of course, a little different than normal, and I hope all of you and your families are safe and healthy at home. In 2020, games have comforted and connected us more than ever. And with the launch of PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X later this year, games are only going to get better. Well, all summer, I was hopeful we could get to this very moment, a big live showcase filled with more than 35 games to kick off Gamescom 2020. Tonight, you'll get a first look at Fall Guys Season 2 and an extended gameplay demo of Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart for PlayStation 5. Plus, we might have a couple surprises along the way, too. But before we start, I want to acknowledge and thank all the game developers, marketers, and publishers who have worked under challenging circumstances to keep us entertained. This show is nothing without them or my production team, and doing a show at this scale safely is not easy, especially when all of you at home have some pretty insane expectations. I hope tonight reminds you why you love to play games. And with that, we're going to move on to our first game, with a game that was just announced yesterday, Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War. And joining me is Dan Vondrack from Raven to tell us about the game and give you an exclusive sneak peek. Dan, how you doing?
Good, Jeff. Thanks for having me here. This has been a dream project for us to work on from nearly the beginning of development. We knew Black Ops Cold War was going to be a direct sequel to Black Ops 1, and we loved the idea of returning to the pillars that built the Black Ops franchise: deniable operations, conspiracy grounded in history, and that shadowy world of paranoia. And we get to mix all those together, drop the player into the 1980s at the height of the Cold War, and it's really something that we know would feel relevant to today and also uniquely Black Ops.
Well, you start playing with Black Ops, everyone wants to know characters. We saw yesterday in the reveal trailers, some familiar faces. So, Woods, Mason, break it down. How does this fit into the Black Ops canon? You said it's a direct sequel, so are we going to see a lot of familiar faces?
Yeah, part of the fun in making this game was bringing back the iconic characters like Woods and Hudson and Mason and seeing how all those personalities mix with some of the new characters. So the campaign takes place in 1981, and we love that we've been able to have so many connections to the original Black Ops and really be that direct sequel to the game.
Now, one thing that I'm really excited about this is you're pushing the storytelling in kind of a new direction with some branches and some options about how you play through the campaign. Can you maybe walk us through your thinking there?
A ver.
Yeah, one of the driving forces from early in development was to say, let's take this Black Ops thrill ride and infuse it with some player choice and some player freedom. Anything we can do to give the player a little more ownership over their experience. So that starts with allowing the player to create their own character for the Cold War campaign. They can name them and pick a military background and really pretend they are that Black Ops soldier that they want to be. From there, we wanted to take some of our missions and infuse optional objectives, multiple paths, and some player choice moments inside some of those missions. And it was fun to find that balance between the hard-driving Call of Duty action and these more non-linear experiences inside some of the missions. So with choice comes the player wanting to feel that impact. So some of those choices earlier in the game and some towards the end will actually shape the ending of the narrative of the campaign.
All right, so multiple endings to this game.
Yeah, absolutely. That was one of the big things for us. It's like we love that Black Ops has always been willing to take risks, and we all know they did some of this in Black Ops 2. And with our story and with these features, we loved paying homage to those early Black Ops games.
Oh, yeah, I remember the numbers. All right. Well, Dan, we are excited to see more of it. I know multiplayer reveal is coming in September, but since you got a switch there, maybe you could flip the switch on something exclusive for us. What are you going to show us?
Ooh.
Yeah, absolutely. This is really exciting because this will be the first time we've done this outside the walls of the development studio. This is a scene from earlier in the game, and it's a critical point that really shows the narrative of the world, shows this threat that our heroes are going to be battling. So let's take a look.
La primera.
1943. Detailed information from the Manhattan Project was stolen from Los Alamos by the Russian spy known as Perseus. 1968, Vietnam War. Viet Cong soldiers orchestrated by Perseus attempted to steal an American-made nuclear bomb from a U.S. firebase. 5 days ago, while on a mission, we acquired intel that Perseus is in play again and planning an attack on the West. Perseus. The CIA's analysts consider him to be the single largest threat to the free world.
Mr. Hudson, we're all aware of Perseus. we're also aware he's more myth than fact. I mean, personally, I think he's nothing more than the Russian boogeyman.
General Haig, allow me to introduce the man.
Mafia 3, remake, War... no creo.
Clandestine special officer
Call of Duty Black
He's one of
Ops.
the few people who even come close to capturing Perseus.
Mr. Adler, why should we take this Perseus threat seriously?
William.
You don't have to, sir.
Yeah, then a lot of innocent people are gonna die. Why do you say that?
Sir, every time Perseus has come into play, it's shifted the balance of the Cold War. After 13 years of silence, if he's active, something big is gonna happen. Something that will affect the free world. Mr. President.
Sir.
Mr. President.
Mr. President, this is Jason Hudson and Russell Adler.
I know their names. Who do you think approved their last mission?
Parece que hay más gente que dice que tiene lag.
Is the threat real?
Yes, sir, we believe it is.
Can you stop Perseus?
We can, sir. I've already submitted the requisition for my team.
Sir, their requests are highly irregular, most likely illegal. If the press gets old...
What the hell are you talking about? You know who we are?
Every mission we go on is illegal.
Sergeant Woods, plausible deniability is the backbone of our work.
Al, we're talking about preventing an attack on the free men and women of the world. Give Mr. Adler whatever he wants. Gentlemen, you've been given an important task. Protecting our very way of life from a great evil. There is no higher duty. There is no higher honor. And while few people will know of your struggles, rest assured, the entire free world will benefit. I know you won't fail us.
Vale. La gente se duerme, muchas setas.
Tonight we have some new game announcements for you guys as well, including this one, a new next-gen narrative action-adventure game from Reflector Entertainment in Montreal. It's called Unknown 9. The game tells the story of Haruna, a woman raised on the streets of India and haunted by visions of her own death. Haruna struggles to understand her mysterious innate abilities to manipulate the unseen. Check out this first look.
Cortito que tenga que estar aquí. Más de 4 horas. Allá, bien reventada ella. Se protege con un tipo de magia y los paraliza, ¿no? Ah, no, los vuelve como fantasmas. Está como en otra dimensión, ¿no? Parece ser. Ha descubierto su poder y ya se envalentona. Venga. Ah, este que llegará pronto. 30 años después, ¿no? Supongo que ya de mayor ya, por las manos y eso. Mueve, chaval. Aburrido. Dice, está aburrido. Cree lo desconocido. Come... Ah, de verdad.
All right, let's get to the gameplay. One of this year's biggest games has been Doom Eternal. Tonight, we've got an exclusive first look at the campaign expansion called The Ancient Gods Part 1. Check this out.
We've been allies for some time now. I knew you were the moment you set foot in our world. Your gifts.
Vale, perfecto. Vale. Vale. Unseen God, la parte 1. Llega el día 20 de octubre de 2020.
2020 marks the 25th anniversary of a legendary game studio, BioWare. Tonight, Casey Hudson and the team wanted to give everyone around the world a little taste of what's next. Casey, over to you.
Hey Jeff, it's great to see you again. You know, 6 years ago, we were on the stage with you at the 2014 Game Awards, accepting the Game of the Year for Dragon Age Inquisition. And since then, we've been imagining new ways to use next-generation technology to bring the world and characters of Dragon Age to life. We're still in early production, but we thought it was time to give you the very first look at how BioWare's passionate team of developers are crafting this very special game.
I've been at BioWare for a really long time, so I've got to see it grow up and turn from a company of 35 people to a company of more than 300 people.
There's amazing people in the industry. There's amazing stories to be told with other people.
I love that character so much.
We're very experimental here at BioWare. So we're always coming up with new stuff.
We're always trying to improve, innovate, and bring new characters to life for our players and fans to enjoy.
The world of Dragon Age really has got it all. It's got frontier stories, it's got mystery, it's got hard-boiled detective stories. And of course, it's all wrapped up in kind of a fantasy setting.
You really feel like you're the hero in the Dragon Age world and you're saving people.
Dragon Age to me is a wonderful world to play in.
I am really excited about the future of Dragon Age. This is an original world, original flora, original wildlife, original architecture. That makes it fun to explore and discover.
In the next Dragon Age, we get an opportunity to see new things, new places, and interact with people who lived and grew up in these spaces as well.
For the game we're working on now, we want to tell a story. What happens when you don't have power? What happens when the people in charge aren't willing to address the issues?
The things that you can expect in the next installment are going to be stories that focus on the people around you and the friends and family you make.
Something that we'll be able to look forward to in Dragon Age is a really close relationship with game characters who really become real for you. Hablan del juego, no tienen nada que enseñar aparte de
half the community wants to kill him, half the people want to marry him, then another part wants to do both.
They call me the Dread Wolf. What will they call you when this is over?
BioWare and EA has been one of the forerunners in using motion matching technology, and that makes it way more realistic when you're looking at the characters and the way they walk and move and interact in the world.
Players want that suspension of disbelief that this wonderful collection of digital pixels is actually a living, breathing soul.
No, it's okay. That's the good kind of rumble.
I actually design bosses. I help with the creature design team as well. So I do all of like the
Se van a
big
un
threats you have
puto
to
bosque a hacer la entrevista.
wardens.
Choice is a big part of what Dragon Age is as a franchise. The decisions you make.
Vale, un poquito el juego. Vale, enseñan cómo es. Los programadores, tal y cual, hablamos un poquito. Presenta el juego.
I just love the possibilities that Dragon Age offers us, and I'm excited to explore a lot more of them.
To me, that potential is what gets you up in the morning. It's a fantastic opportunity every time.
Mucho concepto de antes. Dragon Age. Creo que sí. Había varios
Next
Dragon Age.
up, it's time for something special.
Regresa al futuro. ¿En serio? Guau, ala.
Great Scott! I think there's been a serious miscalculation.
Yeah, Sigue,
well, wait, you're, what's his name? Back to the Future?
I'm Emmanuel Brown, doctor of physics, not of medicine, and certainly not that quack from Rick and Morty.
Yeah, we know who you are, but what are you doing here?
I did come back from the future to this precise moment on August 27th, 2020, because it's imperative we launch Surgeon Simulator 2 right now.
And what exactly do you have to do with Surgeon Simulator?
During the mid-20th century, some
Tía, pues está igual,
University invented a state-of-the-art medical training facility, otherwise known as the Surgeon Simulator Training Program. Now, 70 years later,
un juego de... Esto no es... Este es como el juego de mesa de operación que hay que quitarle al paciente las cosas sin que la nariz se le ponga colorada.
And it's available as of... Great Scott! This very moment! Tonight, I want a world premiere, a few examples of some of the incredibly successful test subjects.
Está muy chulo esto que
So you're saying a world premiere will save our future?
Only time will tell. And speaking of time, I'm off to another world premiere, Avengers 26. The Return of the Son of Thanos, opening 2077. And with that, I leave the fate of the human race in your hands. Just make sure you play Surgeon Simulator 2. Now, doctor's orders.
Han hecho un juguete de Lego, creo que es. De este. Esto es de realidad virtual, chaval.
Where does this part go? We got it. He looks good as
Juegan cooperativo. ¿Para qué? ¿Para salvarlo? Nuevas. No sé qué. Hay que sacarle los órganos, tío. Hay que matarlo. Y obviamente han puesto un blanco porque un negro sería racismo, ¿vale? Ojo, no estoy diciendo, ¿vale? Solo estoy dando diciendo cosas.
All right, well, if you thought that crossover was kind of crazy, wait until you get a load of this next game announcement that I don't think anyone probably saw coming. Check this out.
Nadie sabe cuánto dura esto, tío. A ver. Cierra la puerta con pestillo o algo. O atráncala. Porque te estaban siguiendo. Pero, a ver. ¿Qué va a hacer? ¿Un coche, tío? Mira, los generadores de las sofás 1. Se va a poner a jugar, tío. Un ordenador, ¿no? O sea, por muchos cascos que te ponga, el generador tiene que sonar, ¿vale? Y además si estás corriendo, se está escapando de alguien. Ya, aquí. Construye un puente. Ah, igual que un hay que construir un puente. Para seguir, ¿no? Llegando en el 2020. Xbox, Play 4, Nintendo Switch, ordenador, Play Store y Android. Una Apple Store. Para casi todas las plataformas, básicamente. Vale, tampoco Vale, esto no nos interesa. Vale, y voy a hacer cositas. ¿Veis qué rápido ha ido el cambio? Me he dado cuenta. Es más, yo puedo hacer una cosa, puedo hacer esto y esto, y ahora hacer aquí. Sí, puedo. Vale, otro juego, justo a tiempo. El gigante feliz. En un mundo extraño. La hidra de Hércules. Ratatouille. Uy, perdón. Son osos, ¿vale? Hay un oso por ahí en medio. Un conejo. ¡Hostia! Sam Max. ¡Hostia, tío! ¡Hala, chaval! Esto es mítico, creo. Creo que esto... ¿De esto había un juego? ¿Me suena? ¿Puede ser? Es como cuando te emocionas sin sentido. No sé.
The return of Sam and Max.
Yes. Sí.
All right.
Regresa.
It's time to say hello to my wonderful co-host for ONL from IGN. Please say hello to Sigue.
Me acordaba bien.
Thank you, Jeff. What's up, everyone? I'm Sydney Goodman, and I am thrilled to be here. Gamescom is always such a fun event, and throughout the show tonight, I'll be telling you about all the different ways that IGN is involved in this year's festivities.
De 8 a 10, 2 putas horas. Y después es...
The winner of Best Nintendo Switch Game is
Little Nightmares 2. Ojo, el 2, El 2. Obviamente es un juegazo. Es un juegazo. La música está chula.
Plus, we have Gamescom Awesome Indies, the show with and for indie developers. That premieres Saturday, August 29th at 7 p.m. Central European Time, so be sure to tune in for more announcements and special guests. And now, let's go back to Jeff for our next big world premiere.
La premiere.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Sid. We are so excited to see what's in the Gamescom studio and also Awesome Indies, and I'm going to be on the Daily Show tomorrow. So
a ver qué presenta. Warcraft Shadowlands.
In the next World of Warcraft expansion, players will journey beyond the mortal world of Azeroth to a place where no living soul has set foot before. The Shadowlands, the afterlife of an entire Warcraft universe. The infinite realms of the Shadowlands.
La gente se duerme, otros dicen que sí, otros dicen que no. Far Cry 6. Mucha gente pregunta por...
And depending on how someone lived their mortal life, they may end up as part of one of these covenants when they cross over into the Shadowlands. Today, we're excited to give you a closer look at the noble and pure Kyrian covenant from the realm of Bastion, who are charged with carrying the souls of the dead into the beyond. So sit back and get ready for the world premiere of Bastion, the first in Blizzard Entertainment's new 4-part series of animated shorts called Afterlives. Enjoy.
Conseguimos, vale, esto es World of Warcraft. Si ya nos lo pone aquí, yo prefiero que no digan nombre y nos sorprenda. La verdad, Está aquí con los humanos, está cansado. Mira, Quijote de la Mancha. Lo va a matar, obviamente. Este juego no es de amor.
Light, save my soul.
Después de la vida, Afterlife. No sé, que le salve el alma o la vida. Ha dicho alma, porque es soul, ¿no? ¿Dónde?
Welcome to Bastion.
La acción.
You led a truly selfless life, and for that, You have been chosen.
Chosen?
To shed your mortal burdens and join the ranks of the Ascended, serving to ferry the souls of the dead unto the Shadowlands.
I serve the light, and my work is not.
Solo tendrá el arte conceptual y un par de trailers.
There is no evil here. The darkness was sealed within the maw long ago.
You're wrong. He destroyed my home, murdered my people and my king. He must be punished.
You are an aspirant now.
¿Pero qué está diciendo?
Accept your new purpose and purge yourself of this desire for vengeance.
Qué pena que no haya un botón para saltar, saltarnos esto.
Is justice.
Justicia. Únete a Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman.
Devos, why are you training this soul? It is beneath your station as a paragon.
He cannot let go. He continues to demand retribution for his death.
And this concerns many souls take
Están meditando.
Yes, but this one seems
Está vivo, vale, porque se mueve.
Unlike any
Le duele el alma, le duele el cuore.
Whether he was deemed worthy of Bastion. By mistake.
Be careful, Devos. I would not let the Archon hear such a thought. In time, he will forget. Trust our ways. Trust the path.
Devos, how long must we train?
Until you are ready to ascend.
And what is keeping me from ascension?
Nothing but the memory of your mortal life.
How can I forget when I can still feel his blade?
Your soul is wounded?
Ya,
Who did this to you?
He was my student. He betrayed us all.
Show me. The runes on his blade were unmistakable. This dark agent runs free on a mortal world with the power of the Maw itself in hand. Our realm is imperiled.
Impossible. The Maw is inescapable. You must return to the path.
If he had purged his life, we never would have known of this calamity. The path is flawed.
Enough!
The order of the Shadowlands depends on the execution of our eternal charge. You will abandon this course.
As you command, my Archon. Uther! The time of your ascension.
A ver. Me estoy viendo aquí, pero es que no me interesa para nada esto de momento, ¿no? Que sí, que es el World Warcraft, pero es que no nos interesa, solo cuenta la historia, como un DLC, el bastión, tal y cual, ¿de acuerdo? Le parece que se vuelve como un ángel, le menciona lo que es el rey, sube, digamos, al cielo, vuelve a la tierra, le vuelven a matar, la escala asciende a rango de ángel. La espada con la que le han matado está rota. Y él ha matado al que le intentó matar, o al que le mató principalmente. Más que nada porque usted tenía el pelo blanco, ¿vale? Viene el ángel.
Return him to the darkness he served. His eternal
justice.
Justicia, vale, pues nada. Perdón. Y no me interesa nada. El chat dice que hay uno que dice algo sleep, Z, 1Z, Z, aburrido, 2K, Z, boring, Z, espacio, skip, finalmente finish.
All right, hope you guys enjoyed that exclusive look
Aburrido,
at Bastion.
finalmente
Now, we know
finish.
many of you can't
Vale,
wait to
a
experience
la gente no le ha
Shadowlands,
emocionado
and
esto
our
o
friends
no
at
le ha
Blizzard want
gustado
you to know
de momento
the
esto.
wait
No hay
is
fecha.
almost over.
Uno dice Batman. Voy a poner el Sky y todo. Vale, este llega el día 27 de octubre. Entra en la sombra. Vale, el World Warcraft. Vale, supongo, ¿no? Sí, no. Sí, ¿no? Creo que sí. Es este, coño. Invasión, sí. Ojo, ¿cómo pega una bajada de gráficos, entre comillas, de calidad, cuando es algo hecho por ordenador, a cuando es el juego realmente? La cinemática, la película que nos ha contado. Vemos un poco los combates, la magia, los escenarios, ¿de acuerdo? Enemigos, aliados. World of Warcraft Shadowlands. El 27 de octubre. Me está dando hasta sueño.
October 27th, it is official. We have so much more opening night live still to go for you. Ratchet and Clank, PlayStation 5, much more. Stay tuned. All right, but now it's time for the announcement of a new universe that is coming to gaming for the first time with a project from a Canadian studio. Check this out.
A ver. Ya veamos un lagazo que flipa. A ver, yo...
Returned. They corrupted. Divided. Conquered. Until finally.
Sí, hay lag, ¿vale? Hay lag. Lag. Nice lag detect, finalmente lag. F, lag, F, until, lol, jajaja, lag, this, lag, rip string, lag, de gays con lag, 2 FPS. La gente, madre mía. O sea, que no soy yo. No se ve, Frozen, Freeze. Esto ha caído. Yet it's lag well done. Lag, Gamescom is cancelled.
Back, I had some masked fun with.
Lag. El Crash Bandicoot 4. Estoy por.
Buddy, Crash Bandicoot.
Lag, what is. Lag, oh come on.
He's where?
¿En serio, tío? Estoy viendo esto en internet, ¿vale? El vídeo en internet. ¿De acuerdo? ¿Vale? En otro. Se ve igual. Rip lag. Lag, Ligma, lag, jajaja, 0 FPS.
I'm joined by Lou
Un
Studdard
switch
from
por
Toys
fin,
for
lag.
What's there? Crash games
around Cologne, but
lag,
what he was playing
Crash 4 narrative.
2020.
Yeah, so back in time to the 90s, when Neo Cortex was actually testing on Crash and Coco before the events of Crash Bandicoot 1. And they're kind of these devious puzzle rooms that we've made. And they're really hard, and they're really awesome, and they're super. We can't wait to get people's hands on them.
Yeah, no, I got to play a demo of this a few weeks ago, and that was a challenge. So I can't imagine how nefarious these are. How are they going to be made into the game? Are they optional, like offshoot stuff, or how do you get to them?
Sure. So players actually have to collect the flashback tapes in the levels themselves. They're an object to pick up, and to actually pick them up, they have to reach them in the level without dying. It's kind of our homage to the death routes from the original trilogy. So players have to reach these objects in the level, pick them up, and then once they get them, they'll get access to these unique levels.
So beyond the pure challenge, what other fun? How are these fun for players to kind of experience? What do they get to do in them?
Sure. So one of the things that we did was we actually used these as, like I said, puzzle rooms. Really kind of fun, nefarious, devious ways for Crash to really express that pure plumbing kind of aspect of gameplay that we know about the franchise. Narratively for us, it was really cool to layer in kind of a unique perspective to the franchise. This is the moment when Cortex is really excited about the prospect of Crash being on his team, because Crash was originally crewed by Cortex, and so this is a weird point in time that's never really been explored in things before.
Awesome. All right, well, Crash 4, It's About Time, looks
la nitro nada más te tocaba, moría. No era como el TNT que tenía 3 segundos.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Awesome. All right, well, we will be right back after this for more Gamescom Opening Night Live.
I have become terror.
Mira, mira el francotirador. ¡Pam! Uno.
The unseen predator. A rupture that obliterates without warning.
Necesita una granada, pum, venga, lo hagan por culo, venga, venga, pum, pum.
The hordes of Enoch will fall before me.
Francotirador bueno de aquí.
But together.
El lag ha vuelto, según dice el Let's Go. Destiny 2, Destiny 3, Skip. A nadie le interesa este juego. El Paragon 2. El Destiny. Opening lag live.
We will find the source. Whatever it holds, whatever it takes.
Okay. Ya se para las balas, ¿vale? Outriders. Coño, Red Bull. ¿En serio, tío? ¿En serio meten publicidad? Red Bull. Claro, claro que sí. Mario 13. ¿Nintendo ha dicho? ¿Ha dicho Nintendo? Una idea al futuro de los Battle Royale. Ya está el Fall Guys, ¿no? PS4, Xbox y PC. Urbano, vertical, rápido, hiperescapada. Juega gratis ahora. Ojo, Capitán Tsubasa, para Nintendo, ¿no? Opening. Sí, mira, sí, mira. Ojo, 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 Capitán Tsubasa. Conviértete en un campeón. Esto sí es un buen juego de fútbol. Igual que el Inazuma Eleven. No el FIFA. Llega próximamente mañana, tío. Anime, Dragon Ball. El FIFA es el FIFA del anime. Lo mejor. A ver.
Do we ever make some noise? Every Orlok
Host. Sherlock. No, Dogma, el Cyberpunk, el otro era el Devil, ¿no? Falta baloncesto, el Grand Slam, yo qué sé, juegos de golf, de deportes en general. Hemos visto, falta el FIFA de 2021 y cosas así. ¿Vale?
Anything smaller than them doesn't deserve to live. And they're just as happy filling you with lead as they are
algo de Sonic, de Sega. Vale, vale, parece que hay como 3 casas, que es como Fire Emblem Three House. Vale. Creo que hasta los colores son los mismos, rojo, azul y amarillo. No, rojo, azul y amarillo. Necromunda, ¿vale? El 8 de septiembre ya se puede precomprar, entre comillas, ¿vale? Ya lo puedes.
Todos os jogos, além de realidades virtuais extremamente fidedignas e realistas, eu acho que também se encontra em formas mais expressivas e absurdas, quebrando cada vez mais esses paradigmas de formato de videogame que a gente tem e sendo usado mais do que nunca como uma ferramenta de expressão artística.
Aquí no ponen subtítulos, ¿no? Hijo de puta, ponen subtítulos para los diferentes idiomas. Me gusta mucho la cafetera que tiene detrás. Los platos.
Pro futuro dos games, eu vejo uma evolução, obviamente, gráfica, mas eu vejo ainda mais evolução na inteligência artificial e na maneira com a qual a gente interage com os games, tudo em busca de experiências mais imersivas.
Entre el inglés y eso, yo lo saco.
You know, one of the things I love about opening night is that we can show you the biggest games in the industry and also smaller titles that should be on your radar.
Falta Fall Guys, ¿no?
Next game. It comes from a team of 2 in Sweden, Tuxedo Labs. Over the past 3 years, developer Dennis Gustafsson has built his own game engine to realize his vision for a fully game world.
Vale, a lo mejor me voy a las 10. A lo mejor me voy a las 10. O ceno o me hago algo a las 10. Vale, me hago un bocadillo y me como aquí. No creo que tarde. Ya veré lo que hago. A ver, ¿qué presentan ahora? Presentan Tuxedo Labs. Ocha, es como el Minecraft, tío, pero... ¿no? Supongo. He visto las plantas y ya está. Eso no es cuadrado. Juega. Hostia, tío, esto no será como el Farming Simulator, ¿no? ¿En serio? Prepara... ¿Qué hay que hacer? ¿Qué hay que hacer? ¿Construir algo y romperlo? ¿Que son puzzles que te pone el juego y tú creas algo para destruirlo? Roblox 2. Conectas eso y tienes X tiempo para llegar al otro lado, ¿no? Sí, vale, parece un juego de puzzle muy entretenido. No te mueres. Tienes que llegar al otro sitio en un tiempo. Vale, pam. Vale, desconectar la alarma. Ahora sales a otro. Venga, coger el coche para ir más rápido. Para crear un bloquete. Para ir más rápido. Y tiene... Ah, para escapar. Madre mía, tío. Se ve interesante. Vale, se ve interesante.
Last year at Opening Night Live, we announced Little Nightmares 2 to the world. Well, the team at Tarsier Studios hasn't shown anything since, but that changes right now. Here is a first look at the gameplay of Little Nightmares 2, which is coming next February, with more to come throughout the week at Gamescom, including a live demo on Gamescom Studio tomorrow.
blanco.
Nice.
Vale, a ver. Da un poco de miedo. Este es otro personaje, ¿no? En el 1 controlábamos al chubasquero amarillo. A lo mejor me he perdido. Parece que este va a ser como más cooperativo. Tiene que ser. Con cuidado. Hostia, tío, que hay trampa ahí. Hay que... Qué putada, ¿eh? Qué mal rollo, ¿no? Habrá que balancearlo, supongo. ¡Hostia! Alumbras y se para. Me recuerda un poco a los fantasmas de Mario. Que los miras y se tapa. Cuando le das la espada. Tía, da mal rollo que flipan, ¿eh? Está muy bien trabajado. Mira, es Slenderman, chavales. Slenderman. Mira. Xbox, PC, Nintendo y Nintendo Switch. Mira, Nintendo Switch, Xbox, ordenador y PlayStation. Battleground.
I'm WWE Hall of Famer Jerry the King Lawler, and I'm reuniting with my old buddy Mauro Ranallo to bring you all the over-the-top action in WWE 2K Battleground.
La WWE, sí. Esto que está más preparado. Fantástico, no sé. Venga. Los gráficos son súper realistas, ¿eh? Son súper realistas, ¿eh? Súper. Obviamente, aquí, a ver, es ironía, ¿vale? ¿No? Ironía totalmente. Pues ahora no se puede hacer esto, ¿no? Por el 19. Madre mía. Si era más realista, me tocaría. Ha caído el suelo. Hay alguien que pide los 5 por ahí en medio. Y fuera, ¿eh? Fuera del ring. Le he bajado ahí el volumen sin querer. Ojo, mira. ¡Bam! Lanza, sí, por los aires. Sí, venga. W2K Battleground preordena, te llamas un póster. Hay gente que dice que él tiene lag. Gear.
Hello again. I have even more awards to announce, so let's get right down to it. The winner of Best Action
La Noid, Mafia 3.
Watch Dogs Legion.
Ah, mira, Watch Dogs Legion. Bueno, a ver, cuidado. Ahora, yo prefiero ver cosas... ver más cosas de Nintendo. Mira, Star Wars Fall Jedi, ¿puede ser? No, Star Wars Squadron. No, el Fall Jedi ya estaba a la venta, ¿no? Pero a lo mejor anuncian algún modo nuevo. A lo mejor anuncia el multijugador de The Last of Us 2 y ya está a la venta. Vale, esto es... Ah, sí, el de... Operación Tango, tío. No sé. No me suena ahora mismo. Estaba el de resolver puzzle. Ojo a los dinosaurios de ahí atrás, Curious Expedition 2. Está interesante, ¿vale? Este está muy interesante. Porque te dejan opciones, ¿de acuerdo? Te dejan opciones.
As I mentioned, IGN will be here for all of Gamescom with great shows and new ways for you to get all your gaming news. Check it out.
Gamescom 2020 is the heart of gaming, and you can keep to the beat right here on IGN. We've turned the single biggest show in gaming into 5.
Gamescom Now is your virtual show floor with up to the second live coverage. Un pequeño...
Gamescom Daily Show, Gamescom's first ever late night talk show.
Mira,
Our
esto
Gamescom Awesome Indie Show, the freshest
como
deep cuts
publicidad,
into gaming. And finally, the Gamescom Best of Show,
hay gente que dice para
including the
comer Fall
Gamescom
Guys. A ver,
Award. Gamescom 2020 is available on IGN and wherever you stream Gamescom Now.
And now it is time to talk about that best action game winner, Star Wars Squadrons. This is a new immersive space combat game from Motive Studios that delivers the ultimate Star Wars pilot fantasy. We've missed those. In Squadrons, you'll suit up and fly for both the New Republic and the Galactic Empire across intense 5v5 multiplayer battles, as well as an all-new, authentic single-player story set after the events of Star Wars Episode 6, Return of the Jedi. Today, we'll get a glimpse of what Squadron's story has to offer by taking a brief look at one of the single-player missions featuring some light narration by the Motive team. Let's check.
No lo he visto, parece, creo que era un juego de aviones, NBA. Star Wars, ahora sí, bueno, el Star Wars Squadron, ¿no?
The Empire chose to destroy Alderaan in order to spread fear and douse the fires of rebellion. But the heroic pilots of the Rebel Alliance have chosen to keep fighting, to show the Empire that we are not afraid. It was their bravery that ended Palpatine's reign and brought about our new republic.
La gente dice skip, negativo, hay gente que dice lag, ¿dónde está Livestream 3? No sé qué de GameCube, los sin, saltar, basura, ignorar, Nintendo, sin, saltar esto, saltar. Palboy, asegurado, saltar.
Hi, I'm Suzanne Hunka, narrative producer on Star Wars Squadrons. Our single-player story is one of daring pilots and deep-seated rivalries.
A lo mejor, ya veré, es que después del espectáculo, es que lo de las 11 es Gamescom Studio ONL After Show. Después de lo mostrado, como las 3 shades, después de lo afeitado, pues después de lo mostrado. Saltar. Ella dice que ya está muerta. Ella la gente se duerme.
One of our spies, Agent Thorne, has discovered vital intelligence on Project Starhawk. Your mission is to extract her from an orbital outpost above Hosnian Prime. Behind enemy lines, you'll have to eliminate perimeter defenses. The outpost is defenseless. When you've secured the area, you will escort the Gladius to the outpost, and our extraction team will acquire Agent Thorne. Once Thorne is secure, reach your Gozanti cruisers and return to the
Spanish o portugués, por favor. Japanese, la gente está Star Wars City, Star City Star Wars. Esto es para pagar. Gráficos 2019 gráficos. No son muy bonitos los gráficos, no son muy impresionantes. Que mejoren primero los FPS, la inteligencia artificial, y luego que me enseñen gráficos muy buenos. ¿Vale? Explosiones en el espacio. El espacio no puede haber explosiones por falta de
From bombing runs at the Nadiri dockyards to setting a trap in the Xavian abyss, the story of these rival squadrons will push the war to the brink and define the galaxy for years to come. I look forward to seeing you in combat October 2nd.
Pilots 20, Star Wars se lanza el día 2 de octubre.
That is not all EA has to share from a galaxy far, far away today. At Star Wars Galaxy Edge, you can enter the world of Batuu, where you can visit Oga's Cantina and jump into the Millennium Falcon on a run to Smuggler's Cove. It was this incredible adventure at Disneyland Resort and Walt Disney World Resort that inspired The Sims' latest game pack. Check this out.
Star Wars, únete para todo. Oh, lo quiero. A las láseres. Como los Sims, tío. Un Sim de Star Wars, ¿no? Vale, una espada láser. Es como Star Wars Journey to Batuu. Los de Sim 4 que lo ponían aquí abajo. Crea tu historia de Star Wars. Sí, Sim, sí. Los Sim, pero. Oh, mira, Lucasfilm, vale, Steam, PS4, Origin. Vale, todo eso está.
There is even more Star Wars to come later in the show. Lego Star Wars, the Skywalker Saga is up, and as we move into our second hour, we've got Fall Guys Season 2 still to come, the reveal of that, which I can't wait for you guys to see. And of course, a gameplay demo of Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart for PlayStation 5. But right now, you might remember this next game from Annapurna Interactive from last year's Microsoft E3 event. And today, I'm excited to share a new announcement from the team. This interactive thriller about a man stuck in a time loop is one of this year's most intriguing indie titles, and now they've added absolutely all-star cast to the game. Here's a whole new look at 12 minutes.
All right, close your eyes. I want you to think of a flower.
Ojo, que empezamos con el lag.
Now I want you to imagine it changing, moving backward, returning
Hitman 3 desde una
Think of
perspectiva
that
aérea.
unopened. Look at it as a whole. Then silently repeat these phrases.
Parecía Hitman 3
May
por
you be
el calvo,
free
tío.
from suffering. May you be free from
Sí,
fear.
mira, parece Hitman 3 trajeado y calvo.
Peace and joy.
Willem Dafoe. 20 minutos. Un thriller interactivo sobre un hombre atrapado, no sé. Llega pronto. Para Xbox, vale. Exclusivo de Xbox.
That's going to be a really special indie game. So glad to announce that here on the show. Now, last year at the Game Awards, we announced Godfall, a new looter shooter coming to PlayStation 5 and PC for Counterplay. Tonight, we've got a quick sneak peek of one of the new Valor plates with more footage coming as part of Gamescom 2020. Check this out.
Que no veía los comentarios. Ojo, ¿se ha ido el sonido? No. Va. Hay lag. Hay gente que dice Godflock, Lagman, not game, genérico, Cosmite, Valor, Moslon, Hit, Lag.
We have much more O&L to come. Exclusive looks at Lego Star Wars, The Skywalker Saga, Fall Guys Season 2. Wait until you see what the Mediatonic guys are up to, and so much more. But first, I'm sure you saw that earlier this week, Heart of Deimos, Warframe's newest expansion, was released on PC, Xbox, and PS4. And today, it's also on Switch, all platforms. Here's a look at the Heart of Deimos.
Expand,
explore, tear the veil asunder, subvert new territory. But that was what it wanted too. It raged unchecked through metal, bone, flesh.
Podría enseñar Tencent. O ¿cómo se llama?
What? Visitors?
Now, the gateway is failing. The jaws close. The final.
Sí, es Tencent. Tencent es la compañía. Un hombre ahí metido dentro de la lámpara, ¿vale? Con sonrisa de payaso.
We shall scream. There is one who will hear the heart of Deimos.
So many people have been discovering or rediscovering video games during lockdown, whether it be older people or bored teenagers or middle-aged parents who suddenly find they have to do something together with their kids. And I think I've given out more advice about video games in 2020 than any other time ever. And as a result, it's more important than ever that we keep making different, interesting things for folk to play.
A pandemia pela qual a gente está passando tem sido um período difícil a todos. Então, nesse momento, eu acho que a gente precisa lembrar de mostrar mais empatia, demonstrar mais amor, mais carinho e saber que a gente vai sair dessa juntos. Vai ser difícil, mas isso tudo vai passar.
I hope everybody gets healthy and safely through this corona.
Me encanta que pongan subtítulo cuando hablan en otro idioma, pero cuando hablan en inglés
no. Jogos são, na minha opinião pessoal, a forma de arte mais incrível de se expressar. Eles englobam tudo: música, arte, escrita, e você tem a chance de controlar e vivenciar essas experiências você mesmo.
Sim.
É mágico, é maravilhoso. Jogos são por amor.
¿Vale? Deben de poner subtítulos para todos los idiomas, ¿vale? Y tú ya listo. Estudio de Brasil, ¿vale? Estudio de Brasil. Hay lag, ¿vale? F discrat, viva la Brasil, review, una sartén, tío. Esto que es el Fire no va a tener que bajar una sartén en el culete y es un pescado, tío. Tiene cara de pescado. Me recuerda un poco a Medabot. Bueno, a un Medabot, ¿vale? Sí, Medabot han dicho literalmente pescado. Han dicho que es un Medabot. Borra mi mensaje. O música o reel. Robots no pueden ser. Coño, ese es Dios, tío. Dios ha bajado y es una mujer. I lag Super Charge Man League. Así se llama el juego, tío. Super Charge League. ¿Cómo lo transforme? Over Super Mech League. Hay gente a la que no le interesa para nada este juego, porque todos dicen que lo saltemos. Hay uno que ha puesto POC. ¿Qué quiere decir? Special Crossover, no sé cómo es septiembre. Vale, o sea, hay un cruce de plataformas en septiembre. Sí, a ver, la beta vale en posiciones 2020. Queda todavía una horita. Bueno.
All right, guys, we're back officially into hour 2. We've got an hour more of great stuff to show you. Destiny 2 Beyond Light Stasis. You're going to see a brand new look at that. Fall Guys Season 2 and Ratchet & Clank for PlayStation 5 and so much more across the next hour. Opening Night Live continues and it just is the start of Gamescom 2020. But right now on September 25th, Mafia Definitive Edition launches a comprehensive, built from the ground up remake of the original Mafia. Tonight we've got the exclusive debut of the next trailer called A Life of Reward Too Big to Ignore, which deals with Tommy's induction into the Salieri crime family. Check this out.
¿Dónde está mi Resident Evil 8? ¿Dónde está mi Resident Evil 8? ¿Dónde está mi Resident Evil 8? Mafia 3.
All these guys.
El remake.
In this room,
sí, es Mafia 3.
Es Mafia 3.
Hostia, ese es el mayor de Batman.
That should matter to any of us.
Mafia, sí, ya.
You know what that is, Tommy?
They're loyal.
El remake, ¿no? O el remaster. No sé. 2K presentan Mafia 2 remake. Que si es Hangar 3 de producto. A ver, que... nada.
And then extra stuff in your pockets full of Salieri's dirty money.
Vale. Mira, la Chicago Tapperwriter de...
Break every bone in their bodies.
Nivel 4. La desbloqueada al pasar del modo gada.
I'm trying to teach you the ropes, so you don't get strangled by them. Now you stay straight with me. You're gonna be living a highlight. You abuse my trust.
Me ha parecido que era muy Sherlock Holmes. El de Benedict, ¿vale? El Sherlock Holmes moderno, Benedict. Elementary no, Sherlock Holmes. El que hacía... ¿Dónde salía también Benedict? Sherlock Holmes y el de la novia cadáver y eso. A ver.
Next, we're going to introduce you to a turn-based multiplayer strategy FPS from a team in Montreal, Canada, Lemnis Gate. It's coming in early 2021 and has a unique mechanic built around a 25-second time loop. Check this out.
Star Wars, Harry Potter... No sé. Star Wars ahora, ¿no? No. Por un momento, por el ambiente me quería que era Resident Evil 8, pero cuando he visto ya una base militar y eso, y que no salía Capcom, digo, bueno, a lo mejor... Para atrás, estudia tus oponentes. Con el dron, ¿no? Estudia tus oponentes. Eso es un dron, vale. Cambia la historia, ¿vale? O sea... En vez de dispararte se va por la... Destruye el pasado, cambia el futuro, ¿no? En plan viajes en el tiempo, ¿no? La cagas y por ahí vas atrás. En plan como el Life is Strange. Bueno, Life is... Ya sabéis, el de Max, la fotógrafa. Life is Strange, el Lemnis Gate. Para atrás, ¿no? Venga, al pasado, tu turno. Llega en 2021. Ojo, me encanta la velocidad a la que lo ponen, ¿vale?
Next spring, get ready to experience memorable moments and non-stop action from all 9 Star Wars films and Lego Star Wars The Skywalker Saga. The entire series has been reimagined with new, fun-filled Lego humor, and now we've got your first look at the gameplay trailer.
A ver qué pasa, A ver qué viene.
I want to learn the ways of the Force and become a Jedi like my father.
The Force is unusually strong with him. That much is clear. Twisted by the dark side, young Skywalker has become.
Obi-Wan Kenobi, you're my only hope.
That boy is our last hope.
There is another.
I'm from the Resistance. Your sister Leia sent me.
Rey, ¿no? sea, han donado euros. 1,99. Sí, Kylo Ren. ¿Dónde era Kylo Ren? Vale, nada. Algo. Durante mucho tiempo. Pero eso es todo, vamos. Una galaxia muy lejana. Pero esto es toda la saga, ¿no? Aunque se Han Solo, la Milenario, la saga, no sé lo que es hentai. Pero esa es de la primera película. Yo la conté después. Bueno, tiene que ver. Como nunca antes, no, como nunca antes. Sí. La habías vivido, la habías visto.
Like my father before me. So be it, Jedi.
Ah, los rayos del emperador. Ahora. Dice la saga de Skywalker, pero también salía de la primera película. Nintendo Switch, Play 4, Play 5 y Xbox. ¿Por qué no pone Xbox Series X? Pues porque es retrocompatible. Verano 2000, o sea, primavera 2021. Por lo menos tenemos una fecha. Sabemos que la
Lego Star Wars
estación.
looks so fun coming to next gen as
A ver.
well. All right, we'll be right back
GTA
with
5
more world
remaster,
premieres from
quizás para
huge new
Play
games like
5.
Ratchet and Clank, Rift
ver,
Apart,
faltan muchas cosas
Medal of
todavía, ¿no?
Honor, Above and Beyond, and Destiny 2. But before that,
¿Ya está?
here's a
¿Ha
look at a
dicho?
game that is
¿Ya
launching
está?
tonight
¿El de
on
baile?
Nintendo Switch and Steam.
Sí,
It's
sí,
called
sí.
Struggling from Frontier, a fun physics-based platformer where up to 2 players control Troy, our fleshy hero. Check this out, and remember, you can play this tonight.
Esta noche no tiene tanto. ¿Qué? Podría que ha dicho. Just Dance. A lo mejor ha dicho otra cosa. Seguramente, ¿vale? ¿Qué mierda es esto, Para un jugador y cooperativo, ¿vale? Creo que mi cara dice todo, ¿no? Tú, Sigue, Sigue, que le vean. Vamos. Ahora un pequeño descanso. Estoy solo, nasty. Dudo que sea sido Fit. El entrador. ¡Ah, que fue Empire, chaval! Porque te ha donado 5 euros. Ojo, la gente, hay más europeos que gringos. Geos Empire, tío. Sudamérica, ¿no? Cambio de audio, 4K, gráficos ultra 4K, realista. Pinta bien, ¿eh? 2 nuevas civilizaciones. Está muy chulo, ¿vale? La Inca. Vale, perfecto. La Inca. Y los noruegos, puede ser, de Suárez. 2 nuevos modos de juego. Batallas históricas y el arte de la guerra. Retos de misiones. Crossover con otras plataformas. O sea, puedes jugar en Nintendo Switch y jugar con la Xbox Series X. Samuráis. ¿Eso era Samurai? ¿Eso era de China? O sea, bueno, Japón. No, de China es diferente. China son los creadores de la pólvora. Coño, mira, Assassin's Creed 3. Hay lag. Otro. Ah, no, $5. Ojo, lag. China mala. Ah, claro, China. Los murciélagos interesantes, ya se puede. Creo que llega en octubre, ¿vale? Xbox. Microsoft, obviamente. Siempre ha sido para ordenador. Este llega el 3 de octubre de 2020. La bruja, ¿no? 5 armas perdidas. O sea, como lo han tildado, ¿no? Elige con un amigo o solo. Hay gente que pide el Fortnite. Lyle Hop. A ver, ¿es turismo o no? ¿El Gran Turismo, tío? Supongo, porque Forza no. Rise from Wicked Warriors. No sé qué, guerrero. Hostia, mira. Pues, a lo mejor es hasta Forza y todo. A ver. La carrera legendaria. Yo creo que entonces es turismo, ¿no? Gran Turismo. Si es legendario. Es lo que más conoce todo el mundo. Ah, Project Cat.
I gotta say, the game that I've given the most hours to
Queda todavía una hora, tío.
Assassin's Creed Odyssey. I have to say, since Origins came out, this new reboot of Assassin's Creed, so to speak, that was my first time getting into it, and I have put almost 400 hours into Assassin's Creed Odyssey.
At the moment, I enjoy to play Fall Guys with my friends. It's very funny, easy to learn, but hard to master.
I have a few games that I binge play, games that I return to every year. Halo, the entire Master Chief Collection, is really a big one for me where that's concerned. But I also still just casually binge Animal Crossing, and I've been doing that basically all year.
I haven't put down Animal Crossing since I downloaded it. I find the daily repetitive rhythm so soothing and predictable. Although much like my house, my island is still a complete tip.
Up next, we have the award for Best Microsoft Xbox Game. And the winner is Tell Me Why. Congratulations to Don't Nut Entertainment. Well, after a big day of Gamescom events and announcements, you'll be happy to know that IGN is going to help you digest all that info with Gamescom Daily Show, where you can get all the daily highlights and a late night show experience from gamers for gamers. Back to you, Jeff.
No creo que hable en alemán, supongo.
Don't Nod for Tell Me Why, a really important game that is out now that you can play on Xbox and Game Pass. And as we know, there's a lot going on in the world, and that goes beyond the pandemic. Between social conflicts we're seeing in the news and acts of nature, we can see how vulnerable we as people can sometimes be. And now I think it's as important time as ever to remember to come together and support one another. We are a global gaming community. There are millions of people watching tonight, and I know we're all here because we love games and we know that games are good in the world and can bring us together, and I think we've all felt that in 2020. So I think that's really important to remember amongst all the games and trailers. All right, well, one way as a community we can come together to do some good is the Gamescom Forest. Gamescom has launched a reforestation project by planting a Gamescom forest together with the community. Gamers worldwide can go to gamescom.global and donate to plant more trees. So let's plant a forest together. All right, well, now we're going to move on to another game, and this one was announced back in May. Chorus is a dark space combat shooter where players take control of Mara on a quest to destroy the dark cult that created her, featuring rich ray-traced 4K 60 FPS environments on next-gen hardware. Here is the first look at gameplay from Chorus.
Que faltan muchos juegos. Ahora este cuál es. Otro del espacio, tío. Tenemos varios del espacio. Tenemos Star Wars, que es el del espacio por excelencia. Tenemos otro que me creía que era el del Dead Space, que no lo fue, que era el Quantum Error. Tenemos este, tenemos... En fin, a ver, reclama tu poder. Sí, conviértete en un arma viviente, algo así creo que era, ¿no? A ver. Este se llama Chor Rise, llega en 2021. Chorus. Suena tela. Para Xbox One. Fall Guys, venga, ya llega Ultimate Knockout. A ver, está tóxico. Finalmente.
Fall Guys from Mediatonic in London and Devolver. This game is setting records and putting a much-needed smile on everyone's face. Fall Guys, I think, represents our industry at its absolute best. Well, soon the Fall Guys experience will evolve with Season 2. There's a lot of new stuff coming, and tonight, Mediatonic is about to give you an exclusive sneak peek.
Bueno, el pase 2, ¿no? Supongo que serán más pruebas y cosas así.
Fall Guys Season 2.
Más pruebas, más trajes y nada más.
Hey, I'm Joe. I'm the lead game designer on Fall Guys Ultimate Knockout, and I just want to reach out and say thank you to everyone who's been playing and enjoying the game so far. The team, we've been looking at all the fan arts, the memes, and the montages that people have been posting online, and the response to the game has really blown us away. Today, we just wanted to give everyone their first sneak peek at the rounds and the costumes that they can be enjoying as part of Fall Guys Season 2.
Hombre, hola Alepro. Joder, llevamos ya 2 horas aquí. Llevamos 2 horitas aquí. En pleno directo con la Gamescom de 2020. ¿Qué tal? ¿Qué te cuentas? ¿Todo bien? Me están mandando Peri los vídeos para subirlos al canal. Espero que no te importe, ¿vale? Así tengo más contenido. ¿Vale? Los suscriptores me podéis enviar vuestros combates. Vale, mira, ropa de estilo medieval. En lo que llega me recuerda un poco al Chocobo, tío. El mago, bueno. La verdad es que el juego tiene que estar divertido. No tengo dinero para comprarlo. Aunque son 20 euros, creo. Debería estar gratis con el Fornite. Sí, hombre, de nada, tío. Y ánimo, ¿vale? Que Peri me ha enseñado que estás un poquito decaído por los comentarios y eso. Pero tú tranquilo, que eso es envidia pura y dura. ¿Vale? Gracias a ti por dejarme subirlos y por hacerlos para que yo tenga más contenido y poder subir vídeos. ¿Qué tal todo? ¿Todo bien con el virus T? El virus que asola ahora mismo el mundo. A ver, una granada. Corrección. Ah, vale, que eres Alejandra. Vale. Pues nada, perdona. Hay nombres que dan... Yo siempre he tenido el problema de confundir los nombres de mujeres con los hombres. Por ejemplo, Ale, está Alejandra y está Alejandro. Luego está Alejandra. Bueno, Alexandra. Bueno, sí, está Alejandra, está Alexandra, ¿ves? Bueno, pues nada. Pues perdona, Alexandra. Alejandra no es. Vale. Pues te pido perdón, Alexandra, ¿vale? Bueno, pues tú tranquila, ¿vale? Que el mundo está lleno de gilipollas, de gente envidiosa. Y eso son la gente que va a los comentarios. Que no tienen nada mejor que hacer que meterse con la gente. ¿Vale? La gente que se mete con otra es porque su vida está tan vacía, están tan aburridos. Por ejemplo, tú y yo no nos metemos con nadie. ¿Por qué? Porque jugamos a videojuegos, subimos vídeos, hacemos cosas, ¿vale? Si tú estás ocupado no tienes tiempo de meterte con nadie. A no ser que se... ¿Vale? Por ejemplo, yo que sé, antes de la pandemia, yo me levantaba, yo que sé, a las 7:30, desayunaba, me iba al gimnasio a las 8, hasta allí a las 8, a las 9, no sé. Salía a las 11 del gimnasio, 1 o 2 horitas, mientras llegaba y me duchaba a casa, luego comer, me acuto de gimnasio, la ropa a la lavadora, ya estaba duchado, pues a lo mejor ese día me tenía una Game Boy Color, no, una Game Boy, la grande, la de 4 pilas. Yo me tenía que afeitar cuando llegaba a casa, me ponía a jugar o a grabar o a... ¿sabes?
Hey everyone, I'm Vince Sampella, head of Respawn
Y
Entertainment.
nada, ¿vale? tú
When we set out to create Medal of
tranquila.
Honor above and
Tú
beyond, we knew we
tranquila
wanted to bring the
que...
series back to its roots.
¿Vale?
The Medal of Honor franchise is known for its
Espero
powerful and
que estés
exciting
bien,
single-player
tú
stories
y toda
that
tu
put the player in
familia
the boots of
y
a
tus
soldier who was
amigos.
there.
Y
It's a
nada,
series that is
¿qué te
grounded in
cuentas?
history, which tells emotionally authentic stories. Peter Hirschman, who directed the original Medal of Honor in 1999, is back at the helm of this project. You'll hear more from him in just a bit. Peter and I actually worked together on Medal of Honor Allied Assault in
¿Qué hora es
2002,
allí?
and I'm really
Aquí
happy
son
he's joined
las
us at Respawn to
9:27.
craft a completely new experience in
Llevamos
VR.
2 horas 14, tío.
The team is creating a riveting and emotional journey through World War II
Yo
that
ya
you've
tengo
never
otro
seen or
vídeo de...
played.
Ah, pues...
It weaves in the personal stories of the
En la
veterans and survivors of the
descripción,
war
¿vale?
through powerful interviews
Tienes...
that help set the
En la
stage for
descripción
what
tienes
players will experience.
mi
It's more than just a
Instagram,
game.
mi Twitter,
We could
mi
not be more
Facebook.
excited to show the
Me
world
puedes
the
enviar
next
por
look
ahí
at Medal of
los
Honor above and
combates,
beyond
bueno, el
and the
enlace
game's action-packed story.
del combate.
Let's take a look.
Ah, y aprovecho para decirte que mi 3DS ha muerto, ¿vale? Mi 3DS ha muerto. Me tengo que comprar otra. Y creo que me voy a comprar una 2DS. Pero la que es azul y negra, o me compro alguna edición Pikachu o alguna edición de Pokémon, ¿vale? Pero sin 3D. El 3D tampoco se haya usado mucho, ¿vale? No se ha usado mucho en los juegos. ¿Vale? Creo que Perimón... los envía Perimón,
Welcome
vale.
to France, gentlemen. I lead the local resistance cell. Something big is happening inside Gestapo headquarters,
Vale.
and we don't know what it is.
Yo era para ahorrarle trabajo, ¿sabes? Esto es... Hostia, le ha reventado... Esto es un juego de realidad virtual, entiendo, ¿no? Porque solo se le veía las manos. O un juego en primera persona, que también puede ser, ¿vale? Solo se ven las manos. Pero ahí... Estas vacaciones, tío, puede ser. Es lo que... Yo creo que es un juego porque fijaros en las manos, que es que no se le ven los brazos, tío. No sé, yo soy en primera persona, si es realidad virtual. El equipo para el torneo está casi a seguir colocando. Yo la verdad es que no sé si conocerás el programa, bueno, el simulador de batallas que se llama Pokémon Shadow. Se llama Pokémon Shadow. ¿Veis? Lo he dicho, realidad virtual. Lo he dicho. O realidad virtual o primera persona. ¿Vale? No sé, bueno, no sé si conocerás Pokémon Shadow, ¿vale? Pero es un simulador de batallas donde colocas tú los IPs, los EPs, la naturaleza, lo colocas todo. La verdad que te lo recomiendo, ¿vale? Yo hago solo VGC ahí. Porque en la Switch, aparte de que no tengo internet en la Switch, hacer equipos es súper tedioso. Hay que hacer las cadenas de crianza. Mira, me das honor a Bob y me hace ya. Con Peri, yo te trataba como hombre y nunca me corrigió, nunca me dijo, es una amiga. Yo le dije, dile que esté tranquilo, que se anime, que tal, y nunca me corrigió, por eso pensaba que eras chico o hombre en su defecto. Tampoco, creo que me dijo que tenía 17 años, 14, no sé. No sé qué edad, no me acuerdo ahora la edad que dijo. 17,
but during World War II, they sent operatives all over Europe, deep behind enemy lines.
Aparte de Pokémon y 3DS, ¿tienes alguna otra consola? Bueno, ordenador cuenta como consola, ¿de acuerdo? ¿Tienes alguna Xbox, una Play? Porque de Nintendo Switch lo único que han mostrado es el Little Nightmares 2, creo que es el único que han mostrado. Bueno, aparte del Struggle, no sé qué. Pero poco más, ¿verdad?
Which is more than some feature films. We had a huge international cast of phenomenal actors, and it was fantastic. And the story follows a classic three-act structure. Act 1 is working with the French resistance, getting ready for the invasion. Act 2 is D-Day itself and the fight to get to Berlin. And then the third act is dealing with the Nazi secret weapon program, which involved things like the 262 jet and the V2 rocket and things that could have really turned the tide of the war.
Y tienes el DLC, bueno, ¿te has comprado los DLC? Los DLC de Pokémon Espada y Escudo, la isla de la armadura y la corona de las nieves. Tranquila, entiendo. Aunque la gente se equivoque, a veces puedes encontrar la palabra. Switch, ¿vale? El Pokémon Escudo solo está para Switch, así que más o menos se podría entender así. ¿De acuerdo? No sé si te gusta que te llaman Ale, Alexandra, Alexa. Mira que es otro nombre. Alexia, Alexa. Yo solo conozco bueno, contigo conozco a dos Alexandra. Hay lag en el directo de la Gamescom. No los he comprado. Si te compras los DLC, los niveles del DLC se ajusta a los del juego. Es decir, los Pokémon salvajes de la isla de la armadura tienen que estar sobre tu nivel, ¿vale? Bueno, me gusta que te diga Ale, pues te digo Ale. ¿Vale? Yo lo recomiendo porque te da mucho más posibilidades de Pokémon, ¿vale? Te da más variedad a la hora de hacer un equipo, ¿vale? Un Slowpoke de Galar, un Volcarona, un Alakazam, ¿qué más? Creo que está Hippodon, No, creo que, bueno, tienes más variedad, ¿de acuerdo? Aparte del Pokémon Home, tienes más variedad. Que ahora mismo no me acuerdo de los Pokémon que salían.
It just raises it to a whole nother level. So we are shipping, in addition to the campaign, we are shipping a full suite of VR modes, including a few that you can only do in VR.
Uf, el escorbuto. Uf, qué asco le tengo al Cinderace. Pero más asco le tengo al Charizard.
Full-blown VR experience. I gotta say, I'm really excited to put the headset on and try this, and it's coming out later this year, right?
Coming out holiday.
Hace mucho que lo tiene.
We are so excited to bring it to players. We've been working on it a long time. Like you mentioned, it's a passion project for.
Bueno, mi recomendación es que para tener más variedad de Pokémon te compres el DLC. Volcarona es muy bueno. Alakazam es muy bueno. El Slowpoke de Galar también es muy bueno. Más que nada por la habilidad. Vale, si le pones garras rápidas ya es que. ¿Qué más Pokémon? El Urshifu también es muy bueno. Urshifu, lo que me gusta de Urshifu es que si haces protección, Urshifu atraviesa las protección, detección y todos esos movimientos que te protegen. O sea que vas a golpear sí o sí. Es como tener un Dynamax, ¿vale? Yo te lo recomiendo. No sé qué más Pokémon hay ahora lo puedo buscar, ¿vale? Mientras veo el directo. Cinderace, el bicho, se llama el bicho. Ah, sí, el bicho. Pero el bicho de hielo, no. El bicho. No me acuerdo cómo se llama. Un ludicolo, el tiempo. Ah, el bicho. Yo también. Ah, en mi canal me parecen buenos Pokémon, ¿vale? La música es épica. De la del directo. Sí, sé el bicho que dices, pero es que ya son muchos Pokémon. El Orbetel, eso, sí, que es como una mariquita, ¿vale? Que es como el Ladybug. Es como el Ladybug. Es como el Ladybug. Ah, sí, en el Pokémon, en el DLC está Volcarona, está Kindra, está Polito, está Dedenne, está Zorua, Chansey, a ver, Lycanroc, Kindra, Volcarona y Magneson. Obviamente con sus pre-evoluciones o evoluciones. Está Chansey, está Zorua, está Dedenne y está Zurril. ¿Vale? Entre otros Pokémon. ¿Vale? Tienes el Slope de Galar. Y tienes la posibilidad de conseguir un Charmander, un Squirtle o un Bulbasaur. El Charmander te lo dan al finalizar la aventura. Así que te recomiendo entre el Bulbasaur o el Squirtle. Ah, el Flight Simulator. Tienes el amuleto de experiencia. Los Bonguris. Los Pokémon suben más de nivel con los Bonguris. Es que permite crear Pokéball, ¿vale? Tienes la Maxi Sopa también. Ah, esto es el Game Pass, ¿vale? De Microsoft. Exclusivo PEX. Discord Nitro, 3 meses gratis. Overcooked. Hostia, el Overcooked es una pasada, El Yard 5 también. Nuevos juegos añadidos todo el tiempo, eso es verdad. Y tienes más de 100 nuevos complementos de ropa. Vale, ojo, no, quedan 20 minutos para que termine. Juegos favoritos. Lo mejor, el Game Pass. $5 yenes.
So many great games in Xbox Game Pass, and many of tonight's games are in it as well. Every year at Gamescom, we like to highlight some incredible games made in Germany. And tonight, we have a special announcement about one of the most legendary German games of all time, created by Factor 5. Enjoy.
Tienes los Nidoran, Crobat, Garchomp, Aurorus, Beldum, Silio, la diagonal, como Pokémon. ¿Cuál es mi región favorita? Vale, entonces tu tipo favorito es helada. Para mí, mi región favorita sería, primero creo que sería Johto, porque mi primer juego de Pokémon fue el Plata con el Totodile. Luego sería Kanto por la nostalgia, y luego ya sería Hoenn, Teselia, ¿vale? Porque Snavi es la leche. Luego sería quizás... luego sería... he hecho Teselia. Bueno, Teselia o Unova, ¿vale? Depende de aquí. Luego sería Kalos por el Greninja. Luego sería... Alola, ¿vale? Alola. Por ese... por la frescura. Sino, porque tampoco es que sea muy... Y por último, Galar. Pero vamos, mi región favorita, Yoto. Mi región favorita es Yoto. Muchas cosas nuevas. Por ejemplo, los concursos de bicho, los Donguri, porque todo eso se perdió en los siguientes juegos.
For the first time
Dos
ever,
regiones.
Guardians will add a new elemental power to their arsenal, the Dark Power of Stasis. With Stasis, players will take on the powers of darkness to control and dominate the battle. Here's an all-new look at Stasis from Destiny 2 Beyond Light.
Eso es Destiny, ¿no?
Is here. As you step away from the light, we need only look inward. Focus your power. Let it grow. Our fight is
Y mecánica favorita, o sea, aparte del tipo Hada, que es tu tipo favorito, las mega evoluciones. Mega evolución favorita, Mega Audino por tipo Hada. Y Pokémon favorito será Sylveon o algo así. Tampoco había muchos Hada, estaba Sylveon, Dedenne. Y ya Pokémon antiguo, Togekiss, Azurril, Jigglypuff, Furry. Aún no han enseñado el Ratchet & Clank ni nada, ni Resident Evil 8. Estoy aquí. Es que después Opening, o sea, de 10 a 11 es Gamescom Studio Opening Night Live After Show, después del espectáculo. Y después... Joder, ¿por qué sale eso, tío? Destiny 2 Beyond Light, más allá de la luz. Ya se puede precomprar, ¿no?
I have one more award to give out tonight, and that is Best Sony PlayStation Game. So, without further ado,
Ratchet & Clank por PlayStation, ha dicho. Ah, Cyberpunk. Hombre, 2077, ya era hora, ¿no? Mis armas favoritas son Florge y Fidelidad. Sí, es verdad, se me ha olvidado eso. Y Mimikyu es verdad, Mimikyu es de sexy. Mimikyu no parece nada,
So tune in on Sunday, August 30th at 8 p.m. Central European Time to see the grand finale of this year's Gamescom, where we give gamers the stage. That's it for me tonight, but before I turn it back to Jeff, I just want to say that I hope everyone out there is staying safe and healthy. We're all in this together, so take care. Back to you, Jeff.
Thank you very much, Sydney. It's great to have you on the show again this year. A lot of people have been wondering what will the next generation.
Mimikyu a mí me gusta muchísimo. Yo lo llevé en la aventura.
Well, back in June, we saw the announcement of Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart from Insomniac Games, a title which uses the power of PlayStation 5, the SSD hard drive, and the DualSense controller to create an experience that Insomniac says is only possible on brand new hardware. Well, now it's time for you to decide.
Mira, ahora viene el Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart.
Uninterrupted demo of live PlayStation 5 gameplay of Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart. Enjoy.
El dan chancla.
We're back. And not far from where we last saw. We may still have time to put a stop to this.
Llega un mundo humano. Ah, no, llega un mundo.
Hey, I think I found the bomb back. Oh dear.
Esto es lo que enseñaron. El mimikyu que me gustó fue el de Acerola. Ah, sí, ya. Sí, el mimikyu fantasma. Esto es lo del tráiler, ¿vale? Lo que se vio el 6 de agosto. No, el 6 de... Sí, el 6 de... 6 de agosto puede que fuese. No, el 6 de agosto no fue, creo. Fue antes. Creo que fue 26 de agosto, 26 de julio puede que fuese. Ojo al lag, ojo al lag. Ojo al lag. Ojo al lag que dice el lag, F, lag. Gráfico de PS2. Sí.
This device seems to utilize Rihanna shot. There has to be another way across. The rifts appeared to your device. Trying it at one of them. That was rather exciting.
Sí. A ver si un día hago un directo de... Tengo pendiente hacer un directo de la sexta generación. Solo de sexta generación. A ver si te pasas, Ale. Ojo al lag, ¿vale? Ojo al lag. El lag is real. El mimikyu de Acerola supongo que es la de la Cajuna, que es la sobrina del Cajuna real, el que tiene el Persian y el Crocodile, que se hace amiga del Gengar. No sé si ves el anime de Pokémon. El de Alola está muy bien, me gusta mucho. Es totalmente contrario al de Kalos, mucho más relajado. El de Kalos es muy serio, muy maduro. El de Alola es más para reírte, más relajado. Está muy bien con la temática. Agua es para relajarse, pasarlo bien. Entonces, pues, un estilo de dibujo más desenfadado. ¿Te gusta el movimiento? La verdad es que hombre, Mimikyu es muy bueno con el movimiento exclusivo que tiene. Hostia. Claro, es mi generación favorita, sobre todo la descripción de la región y de algunos Pokémon como Clef y Aromatice. Hostia, es verdad. Está también el Spritzy. El Aromatice es la evolución del Spritzy, ¿no? O yo sé que está el Spritze, que es como un flamenco, y luego está el otro que enseña la pierna. El Aromatice. Ah, el Slurpuff. Está el algodón de azúcar, que primero es como un globo y luego es un perro. Y luego es el algodón de azúcar, que es un perro, y luego es el flamenco. Sí, pero mi Mimikyu es de Alola, no es de Kalos. Vale, no es de Kalos. Ojo al lag del directo, ¿vale? Ojo al lag del directo. Vale.
We have to get the Dimensionator away from Nefarious. The dimensions are weakening considerably.
¿Explicarás todo lo de Kalos? Bueno, yo lo que voy a hacer en el directo es hacer combates random en Kalos. Si te vas a mi canal, en la lista de reproducción, verás que hay uno que pone Random Battle por generaciones o generaciones Random Battle. Eso es lo que haré. Clank. Kalos tenía un significado, ¿vale? Kalos tenía significado. ¿Vale? Es como... Es como... No sé. Pero es latín, creo. O latín o griego. La chancla, ¿vale? La fecha. ¿Podrás hacer un combate? Sí, claro. Sí, mira. Cuando... Ah, mira. Vale, un segundo, ¿vale? Voy a abrir el simulador, ¿vale? Voy a abrir un momento el simulador, ¿vale? Un segundo, venga. Esto es el Pokémon Random Battle, ¿vale? Tú te vienes aquí, te creas un equipo, ¿vale? Y puedes ponerte el equipo que tú quieras, ¿vale? Eliges el formato, puedes elegir el formato Uber, monotipo, VGC, doble, batalla por metrónomo, por generaciones, ¿vale? Generación 4, Uber, Neveruse, ¿vale? 7, generación 7, 1 contra 1, generación 3, Uber, ¿vale? ¿Vale? Por ejemplo, te coges un equipo y quieres meter, yo que sé, a la Sumarri. Le pones los stats, ¿vale? Quiero que tenga 252 en velocidad, que sea naturaleza aquí, y le pongo esto. Quiero que tenga la habilidad Sat Shipper y quiero que tenga pues Aquajet, Belly Drum, Encore, Aquajet, bueno, esto y esto, ¿vale? Y así hasta 6 equipos, ¿de acuerdo?
In the game, there's dimensional damage spread throughout the galaxy that Ratchet and Clank have to find a way to fix.
¿Vale? Más o menos.
And you can find these weak points
yo ahí todo lo que quieras.
That you can pull to you with your rift tether.
Perdonad por el de esto de Pokémon.
A portal. And that enables you to basically like warp across the world to find new places to discover or gain a tactical advantage.
Wow, you got to say, like when you imagine the jumping from multiple worlds at instantaneously almost, and it sounds like there's no load screens throughout the entire game.
That's right. We're going seamless.
That's right. Yep.
Wow, all right. You so confident both of you say it. I like
La Nintendo la tengo muerta, ¿vale? O sea, tiene 3 segundos de batería. El otro día la tengo que cargar todo el día. Podemos hacerlo por la DS, pero no tengo equipo para eso. A ver, no sé si...
It feels like it was made for Ratchet and Clank just because the hacks give us a whole new layer for the weapons to express themselves. So for example, your burst pistol, of course it gives you like a satisfying kick with every bullet. But when you throw the Shatter Bomb, you can actually feel the energy pulsing off the grenade fade away as it gets further apart from you. Basically, the haptics are expressive enough that every weapon feels different and you can tell what you're holding. But of course, the adaptive trigger, like that to a functional level where, in addition to the trigger pull feeling unique, we can actually use that as a super intuitive way to add alternate functions to the weapons. So in the demo, we've got the Enforcer, which is a double shotgun. You can pull the trigger way down until you hit resistance to fire a single barrel. And then whenever you feel like it's the right time, pull it the rest of the way for a double shot. So you might be swarmed by a bunch of little enemies. You only want to waste one shot on them, and then wait a minute for even more to swarm in before finishing them off. But a big guy, you probably want to just give both barrels to right away. So there's a nice intuitive way of basically raising the skill ceiling and giving you more ways better.
Wow, no, I'm excited to see how you guys are going to roll that out across what I'm sure are an insane, group of weapons as always. Plus, Marcus, tell us a bit about this game. I think some fans have wondered, does this tie into the movie plot line, the game plot line? Like, how it would tell us in the Ratchet verse where this sits.
Well, canonically, this is an extension of Ratchet & Clank Into the Nexus, the 2013 game, but standalone adventure. So it's one that, even if you've never played a Ratchet & Clank game, you can get into it and you'll understand it. And you'll, for hardcore fans, we have a lot of nods. You're gonna see a lot of returning characters and planets, and all through a whole new light of multiple dimensionality.
Ya, a ver, se me escuchaba, a ver. Vale, vale, me esperarás en el torneo. A ver, yo dejé, es que no sé si se me escuchó, no sé, porque me he silenciado un momento. Yo sé que me he silenciado un segundo. Bueno, yo dejé de jugar en la DS porque no me compensaba estar meses y meses y meses haciendo crianza. Por ejemplo, quieres un Charmander con danza dragón, naturaleza firme y 31 IPs, ¿vale? Pues a lo mejor tienes que estar meses. Venga, primero consigo un Pokémon con danza dragón. Ahora consigue un Charizard hembra, vale, perfecto. Ahora que la cría sea un Charmander, tenga naturaleza firme para aprovechar el danza dragón que sube el ataque físico y la velocidad. Tenga 31 hits ahí, sea naturaleza firme y ya pues para adelante. Y luego tienes que entrenarlo con Pokémon que te den 1, 2 o 3 IPs. Creo que son EPs o sea, puntos de esfuerzo en ataque físico. Ya hemos terminado. Un momentito, voy a por. Ahora vengo. No tardo. Ahora vengo.
Mike?
So Ratchet is coming out in the PS5 launch window. So we haven't announced a specific release date yet, so stay tuned for that.
What kind of window? Is it big windows? No, I'm just kidding. All right, that's all we're going to get, I'm sure. Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart coming in the launch window for PlayStation 5. I got to say, Insomniac, we're so excited what you guys are doing across PlayStation, and the game looks incredible. So thank you so much for all you've done, and we look forward to more of Rift Apart soon.
Thanks, Jeff. Take care.
All right, Marcus and Mike from Insomniac, thanks for showing us that first look at Ratchet & Clank or PlayStation 5. And that's going to do it for opening night. Thank you so much for watching from around the world, and make sure to stay tuned all weekend for more live Gamescom coverage at Gamescom.global. As for us, we'll see you later this year for the Game Awards 2020. Our team is hard at work to build a very special live show for you coming in December. We'll see you then. Good night.
Night Live Post Show. I'm your host, Damon Hatfield. Before we get started, just a reminder to head to www.gamescom.global to see all the newest games content, check out the full schedule so you don't miss a thing, and sign up for an account to personalize your Gamescom experience. You can also check out all the streams and videos on Gamescom's official Twitch and YouTube, and stay in touch via TikTok, Twitter, and Instagram. Joining me now to discuss everything that was revealed during Opening Night Live, please welcome IGN's Miranda Sanchez, and from Webedia, Sebastian Osowski and Michael Obermeyer, joining us from thousands of miles away in Germany. What a time to be alive. Lady and gentlemen, thank you for joining me today.
How are you doing?
Doing great.
Hey, everyone.
Just saw a lot of very cool looking games. Let's begin with one of the biggest games that was on the show, a PlayStation 5 exclusive, which we know is coming somewhere in the launch window of the PS5. Ratchet & Clank, A Rift Apart. We got to see an extended demo today. Lots of footage that was in the reveal that we saw earlier in the summer, but this was a nice, big, long, uninterrupted gameplay clip. Miranda, how are you feeling about this one?
I'm actually very excited. I've never played a Ratchet & Clank game. It's never really super appealed to me, but the sheer impressive animations and like the particles and just like the overall presentation of this game really has me drawn in. I think this is the game they're looking like, wow, this is the next generation of games. Like this is what they're going to look like, and there's a potential here that is super exciting. I think especially, again, I touched on the animations, but if you really pay attention throughout this entire gameplay trailer, like the animations of the enemies or even just like the people running around, and especially the animations that you get during the actual Rift tethering is so cool.
Yeah, I agree. This is a game that to me is actually looking like something next gen.
Aquí
Michael, were you impressed
hasta que
with the
aguante el cuerpo. ¿De acuerdo? Aquí hasta que aguante el cuerpo. Me voy a quitar la cámara, pero estoy aquí. Estoy aquí. Además, creo que me escucharéis y todo. Porque...
And Seb, how about you?
Pensaba que se habían
at the
callado.
beginning of the demo, I thought, well, what do they need hardware for? The new hardware is not necessarily needed here. But then when the demo progressed and we went through these portals, I was like, okay, wow, yeah, this is a PS5 game.
Yeah, the portal switching, I guess rifting, that looks very, very cool. And there's also just really big, gigantic set pieces happening all around you. And of course, at least in the demo that we saw today, there's no breaks in the action, no loading times. The developers are claiming that you can play through the whole game without the gameplay ever being stopped, ever having to wait for load times. Of course, that sort of remains to be seen until we get the game into our hands, but the promise of that is definitely very exciting. Miranda, would you agree?
No, yeah, absolutely. I mean, when you look at next gen, you're like, okay, well, what could they possibly do besides like better graphics? We want better frame rates. We want that 4K. Those are like all the checks in the box, right? And next, like the big thing that everyone is looking to are those loading times. Like looking at that speed, like how seamless of a game can you give us? And them touting this at the very forefront, at the very beginning of this generation, this next generation, is very exciting because this is only the start, right? And we always look at every console generation and see how much they evolve over time. So this is the beginning. It's very exciting.
Yeah, we are still, of course, still waiting on the actual release date for the PlayStation 5, but Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart is coming within the release window, they say. Michael, what does that mean to you? Like, do you think we could still get this game before the end of 2020, or do you think maybe like the first quarter of 2021?
I mean, they need a strong lineup to sell the console, so actually bringing this out when PlayStation 5 launches will be very important for them. So my hopes are that it's out before the end of 2020, but maybe we have to wait until spring 2021.
Yeah, it's unclear how big the launch window is that Sony is considering.
Yeah.
But let's move on to a big game that actually is coming this year and does have a release date. It's Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War. We know this one is coming out on November 13th. Seb, you're excited for this one?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, Cold War era is something that I was always excited about in school, and we live in Germany here, so we were very close to the wall. I'm from eastern part of Germany, so I basically live behind the curtain. So seeing this game tackling this area is very, very close to my heart.
Miranda, I know you play a lot of Call of Duty. Are you excited for Cold War?
Yes, as I have posted for once, this is the first time I'm actually excited about a Call of Duty campaign. I'm a multiplayer person. Every time I get Call of Duty, I usually jump straight to multiplayer. That's changed a little bit since I started reviewing the game, but I think this has the potential to be something really interesting and to shake up what we expect from Call of Duty campaigns. As Seb mentioned, I also really enjoy the Cold War. I think that conflict is really interesting, and I think it's going to pose some very neat aspects of gameplay for the campaign. And it is done by Raven instead of Treyarch, so that's really exciting because they're usually a support studio.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's kind of neat and funny that they've got fully animated and voice acted Ronald Reagan in the game. Michael, how are you feeling about Cold War?
The 80s aesthetics is one thing that really speaks to me. The other thing is this combination of they have this made up conspiracy theories in the game, and also they're basing it on true declassified US secret files, and this combination with reality and blending over into fiction is really interesting.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've played a Call of Duty campaign, but like you, Michael, the 80s setting is very appealing to me, so I might have to check out that one. Let's talk about a big game. We know it's been in development for a long time. We don't know much about it, though, is Dragon Age 4. Today we got to see a sort of behind-the-scenes video with the developers. They didn't show us, much, didn't give us much information, but I don't know, for me, this was like the first time I just thought it was really nice to know, okay, this game is definitely in deep development. It's being written, voice acting is being recorded, animations are being recorded, so that's sort of like reassuring to me. Miranda, how are you feeling about Dragon Age 4?
I don't know if you saw my little dance there, but I'm super excited. Like, even though we're just getting little teas, obviously it's just very much in development. I think Solus's character arc is really interesting. They made a funny joke about some people like wanting to marry Solus, some people wanting to kill Solus, and some people being in the middle of both. And that's me. I'm in the both. Like, we could kill him, marry him, and then kill him right after. It'd be great. Just Dragon Age is such a fantastic franchise. And I think one thing that I really loved about this, too, is you got some of the behind-the-scenes information, right? Of, like, watching them working on this game that's obviously very much in development. And I really love the potential they have here for these environments.
No creo que esto os interese mucho,
I love the character designs that they've showcased. I super love these... Dragon Age characters a lot, and I think they do a great job writing them, and so getting a little tease at the characters that they're developing now is really exciting for me.
Yeah, even though we're still just seeing very early in development gameplay, glimpses, it's enough to start getting excited about. Seb, do you think this one is still a ways off? Like, will we play this 2021, 2022?
Yeah, I mean,
batería
they're only showing
a tope, pero a tope,
there's basically nothing that's
¿vale? A
real
tope,
right now,
y vais a ver cómo en unos segundos se me apaga porque no hay otra.
Transformed into that game right now, but there's no actual gameplay.
No hay otra.
And I think we still have to wait a very long time before we see it. And there's
muy poco la batería. El otro día estuve jugando.
After Andromeda and after
me duró,
Anthem, there's a
me duró 5 minutos.
Michael, how about you? Was what we saw today?
Hombre, hay que entenderlo. La consola es del 2012. Yo me la compré justo antes de que saliera Pokémon XY. Me la compré una semana antes. Me la compré un sábado. ¿Dónde coño está el ratón?
This is the game they really have to nail. If this flops, this will be very, very bad for BioWare's reputation going forward. So I think they better get this right and take the time they need. But as we've seen no gameplay today, I think this is a ways off.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. Well, another game, a game that is not very far off is Star Wars Squadrons. It's coming this October. It's got a campaign that was written by former IGN editor Mitch Dyer. I know, Miranda, you said before that you're excited to jump into Star Wars Squadrons. Anything you saw today sort of piqued your interest?
Yeah, I like that we're getting kind of a story element to it, and I will double mention that Mitch is a very good friend of mine. I have another friend who worked on this game, so just to preface that very intensely. Yeah, so I am very excited to check out what they have in store for here.
Las personas también cenan.
We're starting to get I think we got a glimpse of the campaign gameplay today. Leia was in the trailer here. It still remains to be seen how much she's in the game, if at all. But also we know that popular Star Wars character Wedge Antilles is in the game. Seb, is this a game that
tenía la batería entera?
This fall?
Yo no puedo jugar, no puedo hacer el torneo porque mi 3DS ha muerto, ¿vale? Ha quedado grabado. ¿Vale? Ha quedado grabado que tenía la batería entera, batería azul. Me ha durado 2-3 minutos y en esos 2-3 minutos la batería ha muerto. Yo ya no puedo jugar a juegos de 3DS o tengo que pedir una. O me tengo que comprar una 3DS o algo. Miraré por Amazon, pero no puedo jugar el torneo, ¿vale? De momento no puedo jugar el torneo por la consola. ¿Cuándo salió Pokémon XY? Fecha, salida, Pokémon XY.
Gamescom 2020 is the heart of
Salió el 12 de octubre de 2013. Yo me la compré el 6 de octubre. ¿Vale? Salió el 12 de octubre de 2013. Pues la consola tiene 7 años ya. Mi consola tiene... Bueno, va a cumplir 7 años. Mi consola va a cumplir 7 años. Mi consola va a cumplir 7 años.
Gamescom 2020 is available on IGN and wherever you stream Gamescom now. Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything
de los mandos, parece ser. El exceso de eso era el Halo, ¿vale? De consola de próxima generación.
This year, Gamescom is streaming to you on IGN, and now you can watch it unfold on TikTok. World premieres, exclusive gameplay, cosplay, interviews, and unforgettable moments from the biggest show in gaming can now be crammed right into the palm of your hand. Check out IGN and Gamescom's TikTok accounts and use the hashtags Heart of Gaming and Gamescom 2020 to get in on the action. Welcome back to our recap of all the reveals from Gamescom Opening Night Live. We've talked about massive franchises like Star Wars, Ratchet & Clank, Dragon Age, and somehow there's still lots to unpack. Here to discuss everything else, I'm joined once again by Miranda Sanchez, Sebastian Ostowski, and Michael Oppenheimer. Welcome back, everyone.
Hey.
So, Fall Guys, the game is having a bit of a moment right now. It's kind of the game of the moment, and Fall Guys Season 2 was revealed. Miranda, I know you've been playing a lot of Fall Guys. Season 2 is adding medieval costumes and traps. Are you excited for this one?
Yeah, I've had a lot of fun playing with friends. It's one of the few games I can play with all of my siblings. Like, there's a lot of belly laughs whenever you get into some very silly situations here. You're all just like screaming at the screen. It's like, why did I make it through there? Get out of my way. Stop holding on to me. So there's a lot of really great fun here. And I like that they are dedicating their seasons to themes. Medieval is very fun, especially since we're getting into that fall season. And I think, you have the witches, you got the dragons, you got some fun cosmetics coming.
Michael, how about you? Have you been playing Fall Guys?
Yeah. Actually, I won my first crown, I think, last week, and it was one of the greatest moments of my life.
Congratulations.
Really, all the excitement and the spectacle, this is one of the greatest multiplayer games I've played in a long time. I'm really happy that they're continuing this trend. It's a huge success for them. I don't
¿Habéis
think
visto,
Ale,
que mi consola, mi 3DS, is die?
And as Miranda already said, I like it really much that they put their seasons in special themes, and I hope that they continue this a long time. It's a great game.
Yeah, it's been very fun. We also learned it's the most downloaded PlayStation Plus game of all time.
No creo que estemos aquí hasta la 1 de la mañana, hora
sort
española.
Of yes and sort of no, because I get way too aggressive, like my emotions
Ale,
go
¿de
crazy,
dónde,
and
¿de dónde
there's
eres
better
tú?
no one around when I play these kind of games, because there's always competition. When there's competition, I get really, really emotional. So Fall Guys, yeah, it's like sports, and I don't want anyone close to me when I play this game.
Ya esto
Thanks for the warning.
Lo vamos a dejar.
A game that was shown off today,
Vale, esto ahora lo que viene son los estudios, ¿vale? Gamescom Studio After Show, y después viene los Game Studio en, ¿vale? No sé lo que es en English, puede ser los estudios.
Yes, absolutely. So this had kind of been making the rounds on social media. Like you especially saw all this fantastic destruction as you're seeing right now. As you said, the idea is that you're supposed to pull off a heist using anything that you have at your disposal. And I think the most exciting part is that even though it does have kind of like that fun Minecraft aesthetic to it, it does have like an element of realism to it, and especially in its physics, as you'll see, like any of those explosions just look really cool, and like the fire looks great, and you actually have to extinguish it or other stuff will catch on fire. And I think the interactivity here is what's really eye-catching, and I'm glad to see it get more of a spotlight. So right now, I think I was reading, because it's an indie developer, smaller team, and they were saying that right now all they have is just pulling off heists. The whole idea is you got to go in, get your stuff, and get out before security comes. And honestly, that's enough for me. I've probably just run around and just destroying everything. Like I was one of those kids where I love playing with Legos, but then destroying at the end is also part of the fun too. So
yeah, I totally agree.
Allí tienen que
I don't think we're seeing other players in these environments. Do we know if it's a single or multiplayer game?
I'm not too sure. I will have to check out Tuxedo Labs. That's the developer's names. Their website for Teardown.
Yeah, Michael, what do you think about this one?
What I'm curious about is, do we already know if this comes with a level editor or something that the community can do their own levels? Because I think that would make this game really great if they can do their own heists and give it a long legs to last very long.
No, allí son las 3 de la tarde.
Yeah, that would be very cool, even if they have to add that later on down the line. Seb, how about you? Interested in Teardown?
Yeah, this looks really stressful.
He hecho mal el cálculo.
I already started
las 4. Las 4, pues.
So
pues
this may be a pass for me.
Son 6 horas de diferencia.
Roger that. We got another look this morning, or today, depending on where you are in the world, at Medal of Honor Above and Beyond. New, it's at least playable in VR. I guess I'm not sure if it's only a VR game. Miranda, are you sure on that one?
Yes, this is a VR game.
Just totally VR game, but developed by Respawn.
Esto ya no interesa,
one of the best shooter developers working today. It's a full single-player experience. It's coming out this holiday. Michael, is this one on your radar?
I'm a big Respawn fan. I have to be honest, I would have liked it better if they announced something Titanfall related, but
creo que Peri me dijo que tenía
como 17 años. You know that this team can pull off an amazing single-player campaign.
No me acuerdo.
I mean, they're going full on VR on this one, so they're really concentrating on
no
VR features we've seen in the trailer. Very different and very gameplay.
Esto era el Medal of Honor en primera persona.
The only thing I'm not so sure about is this seems to be an Oculus exclusive.
Me parece muy fuerte que el Nivel 8 no haya
salido. For all the people who don't have an Oculus-powered headset, it would be cool to get it on PlayStation VR and other VR headsets.
Sure.
But we have to wait and see.
Sure. Seb, do you play a lot of VR games?
Well, not really, no. And I'm honest here. This is a war game, and playing a VR game and combined with this setting, it's difficult for me to really feel something about this. And I already said it, playing a game, this is set in World War II. I don't know. I'm not so sure.
All right, so you're taking a little bit of a wait-and-see approach to that. Let's talk about Destiny 2 Beyond Light. Miranda, is this a new expansion for Destiny 2? What is Beyond Light?
Yeah, so we got this new expansion that was delayed. It was supposed to come out a little bit earlier. But honestly, I actually have kind of fallen out with Destiny. I played a ton of Shadowkeep, but I am interested in coming back for this because
Cancel? Overwatch Poké Edition. Cancel is cancel. De MGK. Lag. No, PS5 cancel. ¿En serio? Hostia, se ha lagado, tío.
Every subclass is basically changing. It's a game changer. It's going to change PvE and PvP. We're seeing the Revenant for the Hunter right now. He's basically throwing an axe, and everything is gone. And it's going to be very interesting to see how this new, basically the darkness is going to change the relationship to your ghosts as well, because what Bungie already gave away is that this is
simplemente
only the
es
of a
hablar de lo
fundamental
que se ha
change
visto
for
en
everything we know about
directo de
Destiny.
la
So
Gamescom.
I'm super excited. I'm basically beyond
No hay
excited.
mucho más que ver aquí. Así que yo creo que podemos,
Beyond Light is out November 10th.
Podemos dar por terminado
Another
el
game that was shown
directo.
off today that looks very cool, but unfortunately does not have a release date yet, was 12 Minutes. I believe this was shown off at
nada, Ale,
a
dile
Xbox
a Peri
conference. This is the
que
game where
mi
you play
del
as
3D se ha
someone
muerto,
that's
¿vale?
trapped in a time
Tú has
loop and
visto en
has
directo
an
que ha muerto
incredible
y si
voice
no, el
cast.
directo puede verse.
It's,
Si no, que se
James
vaya a
McAvoy,
las
Daisy
3
Ridley,
horas,
and
2 minutos, que
Willem
más o
Dafoe.
menos por ahí
I
ha
think this
tenido que
game is
ser.
looking very cool. Michael, how about you?
The concept is super cool. I mean, you're playing this whole thing from this top-down perspective. It's only taking place in this one apartment, and it's this loop of 12
Me parece muy
minutes.
interesante el de
Playing as
Hitman.
the husband who's
Es
having a quiet
interactivo,
evening with his
parece
wife,
ser.
and then suddenly
20 minutos.
a policeman or somebody who says he's a policeman bursts into the
Un
apartment.
thriller
And then
interactivo.
afterwards someone winds up dead. You have to somehow avoid this, and it repeats over and over and over. You have to check out the apartment and see how you can possibly stop this intruder. And with the voice cast, I mean, Willem Dafoe will probably be the bad guy. That's just what I'm assuming. Great choice. I'm really looking forward to this.
Yeah, the game looks very, very cool. To learn more, our own Michael Swaim is doing an interview with the director, Luis Antonio, on our Gamescom Daily Show on Friday, August 29th. That's tomorrow, so hopefully we'll learn more then. Before we wrap up here, how about Doom Eternal? Playing more Doom Eternal, the DLC. We got the first trailer for The Ancient Gods Part 1. Michael, you're a big Doom Eternal fan?
Huge Doom Eternal fan, and I've had the great opportunity to talk to the main developers, Hugo Martin, and he talked to me about the DLC, and he says the Ancient Gods Part 1 and Part 2 together are their Return of the Jedi. So the finale of the new Doom trilogy, which kind of speaks volumes about how much they're putting at stake here. He didn't give too much away about the story of Part 1, but what he did give away is a teaser for Part 2, because you're going to face off against the Dark Lord of Hell. Players have only heard his voice before, but at the end of Part 2, you're going to face
básicamente
him.
lo
What
que
really
hemos visto
surprised me
durante todo
about
el
the
directo.
DLC is there won't be any new weapons or new
no hay
skills in the
nada
game,
más.
because they
Esto
say
es,
the gameplay loop is perfect and
esto es lo
perfectly
de
balanced the way it
después
is, so they couldn't add anything
la
else.
Gamescom
But there will
Studio,
be
después
new
del,
levels, new
después
monsters,
del,
new
del
zones.
show, del
They
espectáculo.
said
no hay
the
mucho
race
más
car is
que
the same,
hacer.
Slayer, but they're putting it on a new racetrack, and that's their mantra for the DLC.
Si
yeah, I think I'm okay with no new weapons or
algo,
skills,
Ale, antes de que
there's
me vaya,
already a lot
decírmelo.
to learn in the first game, but I am excited to get back to it. Miranda, Sev, Michael, thank you so much for joining me today to talk
El
about
directo sigue,
everything
pero
that's shown off at Opening Night Live. We need to take
que
a
no
quick break, but we will be back to
no sé
discuss more of the
si
games that were shown off.
chaparlo,
So
porque no sé lo que es Game Studio Game. Es que no sé lo que es esto. Esto no sé lo que es. El estudio de la Gamescom, porque esto es después del espectáculo, después de lo que hemos visto. Me puedo quedar hasta las 11 y ver lo que es, porque hombre, para media hora me quedo un ratito más y ya está, me quedo hasta las 11 y depende de lo que sea el estudio. Hombre, no me gustaría perdérmelo. Pero si no es nada interesante, no tiene ningún sentido que me quede.
Join us every Friday for a new episode.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams,
que ha salido de
IGN
Last of
brings
Us,
you all the coverage you need,
creo que
no matter
Fortnite.
where you are. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
Everybody loves watching a speedrun of their favorite game. But what if you got the opportunity to peek into the minds of the developers while they watch their games getting completely wrecked? That's exactly what happens in every episode of Game Devs React to Speedruns. We invite you to ride along with the developers as they react to, question, and enjoy some of the most skilled players exploiting and speeding through a game it took years of their life to create. Join us every Saturday for a new episode.
conferencia 14 de octubre. A ver. Conferencia 14 de octubre. Singapur. Gamescom IGN. Gamescom Studio contiene inapropiado para niños.
Every year for the last decade, hundreds of thousands of gamers from around the world have gathered to celebrate their passion at Gamescom, making it the biggest event of its kind on planet Earth. And this year, Gamescom Studio is bringing the action right into your homes
de 10 a 11 es una hora, pero de 11 a 1
You just caught some great new reveals during opening night live, and the fun continues with more trailers, demos, and deeper dives on hotly anticipated games like the next-gen looter-slasher Godfall or Interstellar Ship Battler Everspace 2. Plus, an all-new episode of IGN's next-gen console watch and lots more. Get ready, because Gamescom Studio is bringing the heart of gaming to you starting right now.
Hombre, para mí ha sido una decepción totalmente. Gamescom Studios, ¿lo están preparando? ¿Lo están adelantando quizás? Gamescom Studio ONL. De 10, exclusivo revelado. Happy Gigant. A ver. En un mundo. Sí, esto lo hemos visto. Sí. El Sun, sí, el Sun y ¿cómo era? El perro y el conejo. Sunny y Rix, creo que era.
But even they could use some help.
Oh, hey there. Have you ever thought of pursuing an exciting career in extracurricular law enforcement?
Sam, we're a little busy here.
Calm down, Max. I'm engaging this promising new cadet.
Cadets, we need more ammo.
No, Sunny Max.
So, when can you start?
The freelance police are back.
Hello!
Oh, it's you. I'm Sam, and this is my huggable partner, Max.
Please don't hug me.
And this time, it's virtual.
You have the right to get blown up. If you don't want to get blown up now, that's too bad, because you're going to get blown up now.
Parece que es un poquito más...
Eliminate evil.
Hay que eliminar las cucarachas, en serio.
Make interesting friends. Master advanced weaponry.
Again!
Save the world.
Salva al mundo.
Is this some kind of joke?
Here, slip on this little beauty for effect.
Sam, I'm blind! Oh, hello, miss.
Ya, vaya Magnum. Vaya pistolón que se gasta.
Hello and welcome to Gamescom Studio. I am Max Scoville, one of the several talking heads you will see on here in between footage of brand new video games like that trailer for Sam and Max we just saw. And I promise in just a moment we're going to bombard you with 4 brand new game trailers. But first, let's just take a quick look at what is in store today. Very soon, we're going to have an in-depth look at Godfall. That's the next-gen slasher looter a lot of people are looking forward to. And then some new gameplay from Everspace 2. And then later on, an all-new episode of IGN's next-gen console watch. Brian Altano and Casey DeFreitas, did I forget anything?
You forgot to say that you can head to www.gamescom.global to see all the newest gaming content, check out the full event schedule so you don't miss anything, and sign up for an account to personalize your Gamescom experience.
Not to, beat a dead horse here, but you also left out the part where you can go check out all the streams and videos on Gamescom's official Twitch and YouTube, or stay in touch via TikTok, Twitter, and Instagram. So really, you screwed up a lot here today.
Wowzers, I'm absent-minded to the point of incompetence, and I'm glad you're both here to remind me. Now, I seem to remember promising that we had a bunch of new trailers, so let us all stop talking and check out some games.
Trailers.
En principio no. Exclusiva revelada. Es que esto es una mierda, tío. ¿Qué van a presentar ahora? Assassin's Creed Odyssey, no, o sea, no. El Origins, por lo de Egipto, no, ¿verdad? Coño, Moisés, tío, la Biblia. A ver. Ojo, ojo, que a lo mejor he acertado y todo, ¿eh? A ver. A ver, os voy a poner una pregunta. Mira Moisés, tío. Berlín, Assassin's Creed Origins, sí, todo hemos dicho lo mismo. A ver. Faraón, una nueva. ¿Veis? Juegos nuevos. Estamos viendo juegos nuevos que no hemos visto durante toda la presentación, creo yo, ¿eh? Pero es el Empire con Egipto. Exclusivo, tío. Otra exclusividad. Bandai Namco. Vale. Que no sé. Prueba con toda experiencia. Largo, la carrera más larga, tío, un poquito más largo. Un poquito más largo jamás creado, jamás visto. Cards. Ultimate Race View. Ya está disponible. Hombre, hola Raiden, ¿qué tal?
The year is 2084.
Aquí, que llevamos 3 horas y 20 minutos de directo. Viendo las próximas novedades de los videojuegos. La Gamescom.
That's when they call me to access you.
4K 60 FPS HDR, Ray Tracing. 3 casos nuevos de historia, algo así. Una tienda de tatuajes. Como que te viola la mente, ¿no?
I really thought I could pull it off, you know? We're so close to making a difference. Setting us all free. Now it's can't be for nothing.
Solo se ve la cara, es decir, solo se ve esto. No, todo lo otro sobraba. Nuevas mecánicas, nuevos interrogatorios, nuevos secretos. Y me aparece el observador, sistema red, preorden solo en Steam, no. Ah, no, prueba la demo gratis en Steam. Y otro exclusivo que no hemos visto en la Gamescom, en los trailers. Ese a mí no me suena.
100 years ago,
parece que el gozo se llama por la ambientación. Pero todos sabemos que no es el gozo. Es el Tenchu. Kung Fu Panda, ahí está alguno. Oh. El ninja contra los
You are the ultimate warrior of your kin. A cursed being wielding shadow powers. On a mission to protect this land. From the blazing fire of the enemy. But where one might fail.
Oye, tiene buena pinta.
A whole fellowship shall succeed. The Shadow Clan has returned.
Aragami, este no lo hemos visto en el directo, ¿verdad?
You just caught 4 brand new trailer reveals right here on Gamescom Studio. Let's discuss them amongst ourselves. So first things first, we got to look at Pharaoh New Era. This is, I believe, a revisitation of Pharaoh, which is an isometric city building game originally released way back in 1999. It was created by Impressions Games and published by Sierra. We got what looks like mostly kind of a cinematic sort of animated trailer, but it's still really, really gorgeous. There's one shot at the end that kind of gives you an idea of what it's going to look like. But yeah, Stacey, what was your take on this?
Well, the trailer is really beautiful. I really enjoyed the animation, but isometric city building games are a great relaxing way to kind of pass the time. I recently have been playing Surviving Mars and Tropico, and though I haven't played the original Pharaoh, I do assume that it might be like something similar to that.
Yeah, no, I'm curious if this is an entirely new from the ground up installment, or if this is kind of revisiting the original. A new era kind of could be interpreted either way. But yeah, I mean, it's cool to see, you know, older games getting a new fresh coat of paint, or, you know, older IPs getting dusted off. Brian, did this do anything for you?
Yeah, I actually really like the art direction of the cutscenes here. Everything seems really clean, and I think I was worried about the setting being a little sparse, but they showed us a little bit of gameplay at the end of the trailer that showed this like incredibly dense city, which is obviously probably not as dense as things used to be back then. It looks, you know, more like modern day Tokyo, but with an Egyptian spin. But I'm still really into it. I'm wondering if there will be sort of fantasy elements making sort of like a more prevalent role in this game, because there's definitely the opportunity for that, but I guess we'll see.
That would be really cool. It's also odd for me to point out, but I really like the audio effects at the end. I think the birds chirping and such.
Birds are cool. I would be cool if some bird-headed deities showed up. Then, of course, we got to look at Project Cars 3, which is a little bit less of a big surprise because the game is actually out this weekend. This is coming out. This is, you know, Project Cars' long-running racing series, or, you know, third installment anyway. This one adds full VR support on PC, which I've seen like a few, you know, YouTube clips of in action, but I haven't actually seen. You know, it's kind of one thing to look at it, a video, as opposed to actually putting a thing on your head and being in a very fast car. But yeah, this looks gorgeous.
I love VR in general, and with Oculus, it's pretty easy to set that up to a PC. That said, racing games in VR are extremely hit or miss for me. They're either like the most amazing, realistic things on earth, or just pure nausea inducing. So we'll see how this one goes. It's all about comfort settings and options, and I tend to have my sea legs with VR, but racing can throw me off. One thing that seemed interesting about this game is they said they have basically the largest grids ever, which is some of the biggest race courses ever, which is cool when you're in the lead, but when you're in like third or fourth place, you're spending like, you know, 15-20 minutes trying to catch up, which has definitely happened to me before too. But yeah, it looks really beautiful.
Yeah, now shifting gears, haha, car joke. Let's move over to a much more claustrophobic thing, which with much smaller grids. Observer System Redux. This is sort of the full retooling and overhaul of this wonderful cyberpunk horror game that Team Bloober put out a couple years ago. They're the ones who did Layers of Fear and Blair Witch. They're also making The Medium, which is coming out, I think, later this year. This is awesome. This is a really cool game. And it features Rutger Hauer, the Roy Batty himself from Blade Runner, who is, you know, reprising playing yet another cyberpunk role. He's sort of known for being drawn to that. But he goes around basically investigating mysteries in this horrible claustrophobic cyberpunk sort of apartment complex.
Nuevos secretos, nuevos misterios,
Layers of
nuevas
Fear and Blair Witch were both very, very
Pero
close to hitting the mark for me. I'm a huge horror game fan, and so this is something I'm really into because aesthetically it's stunning. I love sort of sci-fi, cyberpunk stuff, and the intersection between that and horror has a big chance to be something really, really cool.
And then finally, we got Origami 2. We're actually going to have a little demo of that coming up in a little bit. But Casey, what did you make of that one?
So Origami 2 looks pretty cool. It's an action stealth game with co-op. I know the original came out around in 2016, and though it got kind of mixed reviews on Metacritic, it's really positively reviewed on Steam. And this one looks really cool. I mean, especially it's not just your run-of-the-mill ninja stealth game because you have shadow powers, and that's neat.
This reminds me of the kind of games we got during the PS2 GameCube era, and I really miss stuff like that. Sort of like action, high action stealth co-op type games that aren't like totally over the top in terms of cinematics, but really deliver like a fun experience.
Yeah, it looks like it'll be a lot of fun to play with friends.
Yep.
Yeah, I think like cooperative stealth stuff is such a cool idea. It also is like, it's one thing if you're doing stealth solo, you get to feel like sort of a lone wolf sneaking if you screw up, and not the end of the world, no one saw it. But if you got 3 friends watching you and you totally botch a mission, that is another story entirely. But yeah, like we said, we've got lots more Origami 2 coming up. So let's take a look.
Espectadores. Creo que está bajando esto. 5.141.
Hi everyone, I am Peter Rios.
La gente se empieza a ir, tío.
I hope you enjoyed the trailer.
5.140, la gente se va, tío. Nosotros vamos a aguantar hasta las 11. 5.137.
And so the massive support we got from you players, we felt we needed to expand the Origami universe.
El show over.
Origami 2 is set 100 years after the first title, and you are one of the last elite warriors with the mission to protect the national
todavía, ¿de acuerdo?
and free the Origami enslaved
Aún no
by
está
invader
terminado.
armies. Our goal with Origami 2 is to create a completely new experience, with a lot of cool new features, but at the same time keeping the spirit and gameplay we all love from the first one. For this, I'll let David Leon, game director, explain to you some things about it.
Coño, en español, tío.
Hi, I'm David Leon, game director of Origami 2. The following months we'll be revealing more info on the game, but right now I wanted to share some insights on some of the main pillars of Origami 2. One of them is the combat system, and the other is the cooperative multiplayer mode.
Tiene muy buena pinta, ¿vale?
A stealth game. We wanted you to also be able to enter into action-packed combats. Finding the
la verdad
right
es que se ve muy chulo, ¿no? Todo lo que es la temática japonesa, ninja, samurai, China, está muy bien. Siempre hemos pedido un Assassin's Creed en Japón, en China. Está bien, el origen, un poquito fuera de
You can play the full story by yourself in single player.
Fuera de Europa tuvimos el Rogue, el 3, el 4.
We can't wait to show you more about Origami 2 in the future, so please stay tuned.
That was a look at Origami 2, and in just a bit, our pal Tom Marks will be taking a look at a cool new indie game called Retro Machina, and still to come, an all-new look at Godfall. You probably want to stick around for that, but first we need to take a very quick break. Gamescom Studio will be right back.
Lo dejaremos. ¿Vale? Se dejará, porque estamos viendo juegos que no hemos visto: el Origami, el Faraón, el de los 3 casos nuevos, la publicidad del momento. Será un preservativo de la compra ahora en
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games
5.006 espectadores, ojo, ¿Cómo baja? Mirad.
From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games,
Mira, esto no lo
reviews,
veis, ¿no?
let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
Vale, 4.984 espectadores, ¿eh? 84. Vamos a esperar un poquito. 84. Ahora sube a 94. 10 espectadores nuevos, Pero mirad, ahora ha bajado a 76. 76 espectadores. 86. Ahora sube 10.
Gamescom 2020 is available on IGN and wherever you stream
Gamescom. Está remontando 5.014 espectadores, Está remontando.
Hey there, do you have opinions on games, movies, TV, or other
Hostia, eso era Los Vengadores.
You can vote on all your favorite things on the internet. Do it now. Do it. Just go. Vote. Go vote.
A ver, 4.096 otra vez.
Oh, hi, welcome back to Gamescom Studio. IGN's Deputy Reviews Editor Tom Marks loves indie games, and honestly it seems like he stepped out one. He's a really nice guy who wears bow ties and colorful sneakers, and back when we all worked in an office, he was always bringing in fresh baked pies, so it seemed fitting to give him a segment where he checked out cool indie games, and originally we called it Tom's Nook as a cute play on Animal Crossing, then we realized we'd probably get sued and go to jail, so instead we changed it to Check Out This Game. So anyway, here's Tom Marks in Check Out This Game.
4.962 espectadores. Check out this game. Madre mía, tiene pinta de basura.
Welcome to Check Out This Game, where we highlight exciting, under-the-radar games worth your attention. Our first of Gamescom 2020 is an isometric action game where you control a charming little robot in a long-destroyed retro-futuristic world. Here's exclusive gameplay of Retro Machina.
Fijarse, ya hay 4.909, A ver. 4.908. Ahí le ha quitado vida. Parece que no la ha visto, ¿no? Ahora la ha visto. Se ve interesante. Vale, se ve interesante. Hostia, esto está bajando de una forma. Mira, 4.885. ¿Cuánta distancia tiene eso? ¿Lo está controlando? ¿Vale? Sí, sí, sí. Parece que lo está controlando. Parece que se está controlando a la araña para pasar, tío. O sea, hay que controlar a los enemigos para poder avanzar en el juego. Es interesante, es muy interesante, ¿de acuerdo? Joder, esto lo podían haber puesto antes. Tiene que avanzarlo, tío. Claro, ahora la araña va hacia el otro lado y le abre digamos, la compuerta y ya se puede olvidar de ella, ¿no? ¿O cómo va la cosa? Ah, abre...
Like what you see? You can watch the extended version of this gameplay at IGN.com or YouTube.com/IGN. And be sure to tune into Gamescom Awesome Indies, Saturday, August 29th at 10 a.m. Pacific for more exclusive gameplay, trailers, and reveals of exciting upcoming indie games.
Hostia, se la ha jugado ahí y le ha salido mal.
And that was Tom Marks checking out Retro Machina. Coming up, Godfall is one of the most anticipated new games coming to next-gen consoles, and you're one of the most anticipated audience members watching this show. So we thought we'd bring you a little treat. Anyway, here's a look at the awesome new action RPG, Godfall. Take it away.
Vamos a 10 minutillos.
Godfall was the first game confirmed for PlayStation 5, and ever since then, the IGN audience has been super interested to learn more. There's been a pretty steady cadence of information coming out about the game. We're starting to get a better idea of what the game is going to look and play like. And now I'm joined by Keith Lee. He's game director on Godfall. Keith, thank you so much for joining me today.
So fun to be here. Thank you.
So let's dig into a little bit more. I think you wanted to talk a little bit more about the Valor Plates in Godfall. So what exactly are the Valor Plates?
So Valor Plates, think of them as weapon platforms for your character. So as you play, you can craft additional Valor Plates that have their own characteristics, their own capabilities, and more importantly, they have a different augment constellation that is associated with each Valor Plate. So think of each Valor Plate as having their own activation for capabilities. They all also have an always-on trait. So, for example, in this case, you have Typhon, and each of them would have a different elemental damage capability. And what's unique about Valor Plates is the fact that think of them as star constellations, where you have a constellation and you have augments that you can then pick up, and those augments can then be slotted into
bueno,
those
quedan
nodes
8 minutitos
on
hasta las 11 y depende
And
de cómo vaya. Hemos visto juegos nuevos, ¿vale? El Aragami 2, creo. El Faraón. Los dos únicos que me acuerdo. Hemos visto un tercero, el de los misterios.
So, for example,
a ver cómo acaba esto. Hemos visto bueno, este último, el de antes el de los robots. Hemos visto juegos nuevos. Podría haber puesto todos. No sé si no he visto algún juego, si se me ha olvidado alguno. No sé si lo he visto todo. O todos han salido, o se han guardado algunos, aunque es posible que no salieran porque han dicho exclusivo, pues, y han puesto vídeos. Así que entonces supongo que serán exclusivos y no ha habido de esto, ¿vale? De acuerdo, a mí me quedan 7 minutos. Si veo que eso no mejora, porque fijaros los espectadores, 4.753 espectadores. Esto está cayendo de 5.000. Había de 5.000 espectadores que hemos llegado a ver. Hemos visto 4.909. ¿Vale? Esto puede bajar todavía mucho más. Mirad, ahora vamos por 4.725 espectadores. 4.723. Vale, la gente se va. El chat ya no sube tan rápido. Ya no baja. Bueno, ya no baja tan rápido como antes. 25. Es verdad que ha subido a 26. ¿Vale? Yo lo pongo ahí. 4.709, ojo,
For us, there's shard plates from Brandon Sanderson's Stormlight Archive.
Nosotros queremos a Sony, no microtransacciones. Se ve bien, pero vacío.
Sort of being able to play off that fantasy of
o sea, el juego se ve bien, pero está vacío,
medieval armor. And to us, really, the inspiration is medieval European Western knights,
destrucción por ahí, destrucción por todos lados.
Make it our own, and to kind of build our own identity around these very elite, powerful, knight-like valor plates that you can then equip to become godlike.
So can you give us some examples of how choosing specific valor plates allows you to customize your
remolino de la oculta. Ojo que cada vez baja más. Ya vamos por los 4.687 personas. A ver cómo acaba esto.
We have balanced valor plates, which are hybrid valor plates.
A ver cómo
acaba. We have specialized valor plates, and we also have exotic valor plates. And each of them also have a different role. So some valor plates are geared to be high DPS. Some of them have more
por lo menos sabemos que sabe desplazarse por el suelo. Sabe deslizarse.
We have certain valor plates that focus on debuffs when you play in co-op, as well as crowd control and, of course, tanking. So a lot of configurations that we see players do is picking a high DPS player and then also slotting in 2 non-DPS categories such as CD abilities all the way to elemental damage, and it's a little bit also a function of the mission that you decide to take together, as well as the type of boss that you're going to encounter. We have many different types of mid bosses,
Sigue cayendo el número de espectadores. A mí este juego no me interesa para nada. Este juego no me interesa para nada. Tío. Ya tenemos muchos juegos de... entre comillas de este estilo. Tenemos, yo que sé, tenemos los Assassin's Creed, que puede que no sea tan de fantasía. Bueno, sí, ahora sí son un poquito más fantasía, con los mitológicos en el Odyssey, los escudos. Tenemos, hemos tenido God of War, hemos tenido, yo qué sé, Medal of Honor.
During your mission and during your run, and you have a bar that fills up. So every time you break urns or you defeat enemies, these Ethereum balls come out of them, and you can pick them up and it'll fill out your bar. And once your bar is full
3 minutos
and it's fully charged up,
y depende de lo que sea la Gamescom Studio, que supongo que será estudios, los estudios responsables de los videojuegos. Hablaré un poco, pero tengo
what's unique about how we think about Archon abilities
de mostrar el juego, o sea, aparte de hablar con los desarrolladores, con los directores, con los programadores y todo eso, a lo mejor muestra hasta juegos, ¿vale? Este juego está mostrando un montón de cosas. Y este juego va a salir para Xbox Series X a 4K 60 FPS por segundo.
And create a dot on enemies, but
bueno,
when they die,
esto es como como cualquier Assassin's Creed, God of War, los cofres de salud o de magia,
I would break up Archon abilities
o de dinero,
fundamental pieces.
¿vale?
There's one aspect of it which we view more as a passive, where if you just equip that equipment,
la mesa,
like
tío, estamos viendo una y otra vez los mismos
a
escenarios, ¿no? Mesa, Python, cosas todo el rato igual.
Vale. Now, when your Ethereum bar is fully filled up, at any point
son
during your
diferentes
mission,
caballeros,
you can then
diferentes
activate
personajes.
them. So, for example,
No sé
Silvermane
si estamos
would
viendo todo el
summon
rato los
3
mismos
ancient
vídeos
glaive allies that would then fight
o
for you and with you. So you can use that, and as long as you understand what the activation is, that's always available to you in the time that you find situationally important to you. During the activation, we also have a buff, a set of buffs that are enabled during the duration of your Archon Fury. And then lastly, we have triggers where when you actually trigger a condition based off of your Valor Plate, it would actually escalate that effect so that during your Archon Fury time period, you can, as a high skill player, continue to ratchet up the damage or the effect of that as long as you continue to follow the conditions of the escalation. So it's really fun because you have an instant, you have a passive, you also have a buff as you continue to use the trait, and then also you can really maximize the effect of your Archon ability associated with your Valor Plate.
¿Veis? Ahora es vértigo. Yo creo que siempre el mismo escenario. Ahora de aquí saldrán más personajes y se pondrán personajes por aquí, creo yo, ¿eh? Vale, tengo esa sensación.
I know that you can play through the whole game Godfall single player if you like, or
¿veis? Ha aparecido unos personajes que están allí.
Up to 4 players total. How does the experience change in co-op? Like, for example,
y ahora tocará mesa, ¿no? Ahora saldrá mesa y luego tifón. Sí, estamos viendo una y otra vez el mismo vídeo, ¿vale? Acompañando, o sea, el vídeo o el audio. La gente hablando acompaña al vídeo. Yo no entiendo absolutamente nada porque hablan en inglés.
And of course, all of you can choose the same 3, or
4.478 espectadores.
In terms of
Esto está bajando así.
the co-op experience, again, we've seen a lot of really interesting combinations where there might be Vertigo and Armistice and Sirius. Sirius is a tank. Armistice is much more DPS and crowd control related, and people work really well together. They start to assemble very specific builds and operate together. And we also have co-op related benefits, we have a banner that you can drop onto the ground, and then it would create an area effect buff. So there could be a healing banner that you could drop on the ground so that you can draw enemies into the circle while you heal. And so a lot of players also have different types of banners that they drop based off of the timing of the mission and the type of mission that you're going to play. So you have a lot of tools available to you, not just the Valor Plate itself, but also some of the consumables or tools that you can use during a mission.
Very cool. Well, like I said at the top of this gameplay demo, the IGN audience is super interested in Godfall, and I think we've sort of just barely scratched the surface of what all the game offers here. But unfortunately, we're out of time today. Keith, thank you so much for filling us in a little bit more about what to expect from Godfall later this year, and we can't wait to play it.
Thank you so much.
That was a brand new look at Godfall, my dear viewers, right here on Gamescom Studio. Alas, now we must go to another break, but before that, a tease at what's to come. More trailers! Are you excited? Can you barely contain your excitement? Can you please contain it for just a quick moment while we take a short break? I bet you can, and we'll be right back after this. Will you be? I bet you will be. Don't lose this bet. It's a big one. We'll be right back. Seriously, please. Please don't leave.
Imaginaos que me voy y me muestran el Resident Evil 8, tío. A ver, esto es la Gamescom Studio, vale, ya hemos terminado. Vamos a ver de qué trata la Gamescom Studio.
Gamescom 2020 is the heart of gaming, and you can keep to the beat right here on IGN. ¿Vale? We've turned the single biggest show in gaming into 5. Gamescom Now is your virtual show floor with up to the second live coverage. Gamescom Daily Show, Gamescom's first ever late night talk show. Our Gamescom Awesome Indies show, the freshest deep cuts in indie gaming. And finally, the Gamescom Best of Show, including the Gamescom Award. Gamescom 2020 is available on IGN and wherever you stream Gamescom Now. Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are.
Vale,
IGN,
23.
the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
03. Vale, aunque esté del revés.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
La publicidad, de que sí, ¿no? Me voy a comer la publicidad. Vale, pues ahora.
This year, Gamescom is streaming to you on IGN, and now you can watch it unfold on TikTok. World premieres, exclusive gameplay, cosplay, interviews, and unforgettable moments from the biggest show in gaming can now be crammed right into the palm of your hand. Check out IGN and Gamescom's TikTok accounts and use the hashtags Heart of Gaming and Gamescom 2020 to get in on the action.
Gamescom Studio English, ¿puede ser los estudios ingleses?
Welcome back to Gamescom Studio. Big Huge Games deserve big huge trailers before you decide to buy them with your big huge money and play them with your big huge hands. Let's take a look at some big huge trailers for some big huge games coming soon. I'm sorry I made fun of your hands. I just have very small hands compared to most people.
Vamos a ver un poquito qué es esto.
Someone please roll the trailer so I stop talking about hands.
Vamos a ver qué es esto. Exclusivo. Ojo, ya estamos con los exclusivos, tío.
Peggy 7.
Pero esto lo hemos visto, tío. La experiencia del anime. La catapulta infernal creo que era, ¿no? Maestro de la... Catapulta infernal. Para 4 jugadores. Versus para 4 jugadores. Madre mía. Creo que sean 4 cosas diferentes. Marlene y Oliver Atom. Construye el equipo de tus sueños. No sé, Oliver Atom, Marlender. el rubio ese que tenía de mi corazón, Benji. Conviértete en un campeón. Un águila, tío. Ahora Capitán Tsubasa se ha convertido en Assassin's Creed. Por cierto, esto no sale para Xbox. Qué mal, ni para PC. Ah, bueno, sí, abajo lo ponía. Me parece muy mal. O sea, esto era para incitar a los japoneses a jugar al fútbol. ¿Este juego cuál es? Al final me como las 7 horas de... Me gustaría parar, pero... Este juego no me suena para nada, tío. Son las 23. Vale, están hechos mierda. Soy 4, tienes que cuidar de tu equipo. Encontráis a 2 sobrevivientes. Confiar en ellos o atacar a ellos. Ataca, pues no. Pinta bien, un juego así como de supervivencia real, te encuentras con gente, tienes que curar, tienes que comer. Está muy bien, como el State of the Game. Cendres Survivor Journey, ¿veis? Este juego no ha salido en lo que es toda la noche. Mira, para 2021. En Steam, vale. O sea, que nos vamos a perder juegos. O sea, si chapo el directo, vamos a perdernos juegos. Táctica la venta. El que quiera ver el directo, que lo vea. Yo creo que yo creo que vamos a terminar ya porque no tiene. Que aquí hasta la 1 coming to Steam Fall caen. ¿Dónde va? Tigre de vengar. Solasta, se llama Solasta. Llega en Steam, cae en el 2020. Juega la demo. Steam. Otro exclusivo, ¿vale? Vamos a ver un par de exclusivos, ¿vale? Es que ¿qué van a hacer? ¿2 horas de exclusivo, tío? Ah, este es el Quantum Error, creo, ¿no? Rock Game. A ver si es el Quantum. A ver, Space 2. No di ni uno, A ver, Space 2. A ver, ¿cómo se hace? Podría dejar el directo abierto y ducharme, pero no es lo ideal. Cuando salió lo del 24 horas de Pokémon Espada y Pokémon Escudo, estuvimos 24 horas en el ordenador. Empezó a las 6:30 de la tarde y terminó a las 6:30 del día siguiente. Para mostrar el Rápidas y el Ponitas de Gala, que lo iban enseñando por partes. Era el bosque luminoso y aparecían los diferentes Pokémon que aparecían ahí. Aparecía el Limpidin, apareció el Limpidin, aparecía el Limpidin, varias veces. Este llega en diciembre a Steam. Y habrá otro exclusivo, seguro, es que me lo huelo.
And we're back. We just saw brand new trailers for Captain Tsubasa,
hasta aquí
Rise of New Champion.
¿De acuerdo? Si queréis que siga el directo, me lo tenéis que decir. Pero yo, si en 5 minutitos no me decís que siga, yo termino, ¿vale? Tenéis 5 minutos a partir de ahora para decir que siga. Bueno, espérate, esto me interesa. Pero tenéis 5 minutos, ¿vale? Que yo lo vea no significa que no vaya a terminar el directo.
Some people regard it as popularizing soccer or football, depending on where you live, in Japan. So, and we actually first saw this.
Yo puedo verlo, pero no lo transmito en directo y ya está. Oliver
I love it so much. I feel like I would probably be more interested in sports games if they had more style like this. Like, I mean, it's so cool to see just a cel-shaded anime soccer game.
Era el disparo del
only
león o
interested
algo
in
así.
sports when it's anime, so this is doing it for me.
Así,
I only like sports games when they do kind of
fíjate que es uno de los grandes equipos.
And so that's totally my jam.
Que España, mundial,
Now,
la
on the complete
Eurocopa,
opposite end of the
mundial.
spectrum, we also got to look at Senders, which is a post-apocalyptic
4 minutos,
survival game.
para decirle si queréis que siga
I
en
believe it's a sort of
directo.
upscaled version of one that was made by a bunch of French students. There's footage of sort of their earlier version floating around, which had a very
En
cool
4 minutitos ya por directo. Me da mucha rabia, pero no puedo estar aquí hasta la 1.
Like an old movie.
Porque me
I'm
muero
a
de
huge
calor.
sucker for black and white games.
Sudo,
Like, I
me
love
tengo que duchar.
Kurosawa mode and Ghost of Tsushima. Limbo was amazing. It's so cool to see something like this. This is a totally like a minimalist, apparently very bleak survival game where you control a little band of people. It's just I'm super into it.
I really love the sort of low poly aesthetic happening here. We've seen obviously a big sort of like 8-bit, 16-bit pixel revolution over the last decade or two, where people were making games that look like that. But I feel like the low poly sort of PS1 era, even Nintendo DS era, gets kind of overlooked when it comes to retro throwback stuff. But the sort of the stark, contrast and isolated feel of this game makes it look like something I really want to play.
Yeah, it's amazing. Now, Casey, you're a huge D&D nerd. Celeste, Crown of the Magister has something very special going for it. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Nos quedan 3 minutillos, Solo por la curiosidad me voy a quedar a verlo hasta el final, pero no creo que lo transmita todo en directo. Me encantaría, pero no creo que lo haga. No creo que lo haga.
Very highly customizable party, and they are also focusing on kind of verticality in the tactical RPG setting, where you will get advantage on your quote rolls if you are higher on the high ground. But which is something that you try to do in D&D as well. You try to take advantage of your environment, and you can do that here as well.
Awesome. Now, finally, we got Everspace 2. Brian, you got to speak to the developers about this earlier this year, yeah?
Yeah, this is the brand new open world sequel to the first Everspace. It's got sort of a lot more RPG elements this time around too. The ship design is very inspired by Star Wars. Obviously, one of the first things I asked, and I asked them a lot about the sort of the depth and the width of this game. Really,
esperamos los pocos minutos que quedan para terminar.
Podéis seguir viendo el directo. More about making a really dense, interesting one where you'll be flying through and all of a sudden end up in some crazy conflict. It's very story driven. I'm really excited for this one, and it's already a gigantic success on Kickstarter, or at least the original one was. So this is a game that is definitely one to watch for the next few years.
Nice. Well, I love a good spaceship, and Everspace 2 is full of them, and we have a closer look right after this.
A ver, quedan 2 minutitos todavía. Pero ahora viene otro exclusivo, ¿no? Es que exclusivo y exclusivo y exclusivo y al final lo vemos todo.
I am your host and your guide, Eric Schrader, community ambassador for
hay que poner un
Games.
fin.
Here we've discovered a ripped-apart asteroid that's being used largely
como
for
me pongan 3
scraps in a
exclusivos
secret
del
outlaw
tiro,
base.
pues una mierda.
Those ping sounds mean they've got a lock on us, so here we go. Our weapons are tough, but we've modified our devices for some new tactics. Those fuel tanks would make an awfully nice explosion
Se lo hemos
and
dicho,
easily
tío.
take out a
Vamos a ver cuántos exclusivos nuevos hay. Ya está, porque... Ojo, ¿os acordáis que había 4000 y pico de gente? Hay 3945 espectadores. De 5000 y pico que éramos casi 6000. Ojo, a 3938. No sé si ha subido o... Está bajando por momentos. 3930. 3930, 3914. Ojo que se han ido casi 16 de golpe. Ojo que se van otros 13 de golpe. Ojo, fijaros, 3903. 3900. Ojo que remonta, Ojo que remonta. Ya hemos llegado al cuarto. Vamos a terminar de ver este juego. Y si pone otro exclusivo lo dejamos, ¿vale? Parece que enseñan juegos exclusivos. Paran y hablan un poco. Exclusivos. Ojo, que hemos bajado de los 3.900, 3.884. La gente ya no habla. El chat está muerto. La gente pide GTA 6. Gracias, chicos. Resident Evil 8. Nada, desastre. 3.882, ¿vale? Y cuando yo me vaya será 81. Ya vamos por 3.853. Terminamos esto y lo chapo, ¿vale? Y lo cierro. Y termino la transmisión. Me quito porque hago.
This is one of many of the massive trading networks found within Union. A bustling trading hub full of many unique characters and odd jobs for you to tackle. But don't get too comfortable. While this might seem all pretty in peaches, we haven't explored the dark corners of Everspace 2 just yet. We've been dialing up the immersion factor, and for you to capitalize on this, we're giving you even more control. Free looking around the cockpit isn't anything new, but it's going to be a great experience to see how you've customized your cockpit. But that's a story for another time. Otherwise, we are working on an inertial dampener toggle, and this is going to give you a more realistic perception of space, slipping around in a frictionless void. This was another recommendation from the community, so thanks again.
Ojo que llega a los 3.795. Ya está,
But that's a lot of outlaw. I'm gonna change my equipment now.
No voy a dejar con el juego a mitad, ¿vale? Por si os interesa, no os lo voy a dejar a la mitad.
Cycle this out for my coil gun, and I'm gonna swap out my EMP generator here with this magnetic repulsor. But I'm gonna change the mode so it affects nearby targets as well.
Vale, ahí tenéis el enlace. Os he dejado el enlace en el vídeo. Bueno, os he dejado el enlace de directo que estamos viendo en el chat, ¿de acuerdo? Por si os interesa verlo, para cuando yo me vaya, que quede ahí permanente. Bueno, lo volveré a poner un par más de veces. Terminamos de ver este. Y si hay otro exclusivo lo veremos hasta que se pongan a hablar. Es que me da rabia porque cuando se pongan a hablar, después de hablar, pondrán exclusivos. Y los doritos en la Coca-Cola, nada, Dani. Nada, vida sana. Agua y agua.
Hey Ravager, take a seat.
Han mostrado el Crash Bandicoot 4, el Godfall, el Ratchet & Clank, el Fallbot. Dani, esto es un vídeo de la Gamescom. Gamescom, no sé si te sonará. Vale, busca información, ¿vale? Vale, es la Gamescom de 2020. Es un sitio donde presentan videojuegos y hemos tenido el Little Nightmares, hemos tenido el Mafia 3, hemos tenido el Quantum Error, hemos tenido WWK, hemos tenido Star Wars Edición Cine, Star Wars Lego, hemos tenido un Hitman, ¿vale? Versión thriller, hemos tenido Star Wars, ¿vale? Pues por aquí puedes ver que hay Star Wars. Hemos tenido juegos mierda, ¿vale? Para verme el juego me veo... Va, esto de ver los próximos juegos no me va la Gamescom, esto no lo sé. Para verme el juego me veo los que me llaman... Pero por ejemplo, a ver, han anunciado... bueno, han enseñado Crash Bandicoot 4, han enseñado Ratchet & Clank, que supongo que son juegos que te gustarán y son de tu preferencia. Había esperanza de ver un Resident Evil 8, de ver... Ojo con el lag de esto, Un God of War 5 también. Estamos esperando un Forza. O de a lo mejor la edición de Mario por el 30 aniversario con el Mario Sunshine. O un Super Mario Galaxy para la Switch. O un Mario Kart 9. Vale, estamos esperando juegos así. Pero un Quantum Error. El Godfall que ya lo conocíamos. Lego Star Wars, Watch Dogs Legion, Lego Star Wars, la edición de Skywalker. Hemos tenido B8, ya lo vi, así que no, han enseñado cosas nuevas. Han enseñado cosas nuevas tanto de Ratchet & Clank como del Crash Bandicoot 4, ¿vale? Han enseñado cosas nuevas. Un par de niveles. También han enseñado el Aragami 2. Han enseñado... ¿Qué más han enseñado? El Faraón. Han enseñado... ¿Qué más? El Mafia 3 creo que ya lo he dicho, ¿vale? Cosas, ¿vale? Han enseñado cosas. Todos los juegos a nivel no los quiero.
That is true. But first, the Gamescom Forest is this year's sustainability project. Gamescom has
opino igual que tú, opino exactamente lo mismo. Juegos.
Let's plant a Gamescom Forest.
Hemos visto Harry Potter Lego, Star Wars Lego, Star Wars. O sea, los Sims versión Star Wars. Resident Evil 4 remake. No, eso no se ve. No, el Resident 4 lo veréis. Sale para 2022. Ojo, mira, ahora sale Gamescom Partner Spotlight.
In case you missed it earlier in the show, we're going to take a look at the new trailer for Bloober Team's cyberpunk horror game System Redux.
Comparto contigo. Ah, mira, este juego, atento, mira. El Cyberpunk, ¿vale? Uno de los mejores Cyberpunk, ¿vale? Un juego horroroso, no sé cuánto. El Observer, ¿vale? Que si Ray Tracing, que si 3 nuevas historias, que si no sé qué, que si nuevas formas de investigación, ¿vale? Creo que era esto. Sí, gráfico 4K 60 FPS, HDR, Ray Tracing, nuevos misterios, nuevos interrogatorios, 3 nuevas historias, ¿vale? 3 nuevas historias de caso. Pero nueva forma de investigación. Eso no es 69, ¿de acuerdo? ¿Vale? El Little Nightmares, juego muy bueno, ¿vale? Para 2 jugadores, cooperativo también, ¿vale? Cuando esta gente esté hablando, ¿de acuerdo? Voy a poner para atrás el directo y vamos a ver un par de juegos. ¿Vale? Aquí tenemos cosas que no, aquí solo 2 o 3 han valido la pena, ¿de acuerdo? El resto basura. Dice, me quitan la gana de comprar primero una nueva consola con esta mierda de juegos. ¿Vale? Cómprate un ordenador y te compras, ¿vale? Bueno, y puedes jugar todo juego multiplataforma. Y además con el PlayStation Now te puedes comprar, o sea, si contratas PlayStation Now, pues juegas a The Last of Us 2, God of War 4 y The Last of Us 1 en ordenador. Dice, ¿has visto el juego Shinji? Parece una surra que competirá con el juego de Strand. Ambos caen de juegazos como Metal Gear. Son visionarios, Dani. Dice, atentos a esto, ¿vale? Atentos a esto. El FIFA, ¿vale? Que no, ¿vale? Esto es el Game Pass. Realidad virtual. También ha salido el Medal of Honor realidad virtual. El Black Ops 4 Cold War, ¿vale? Han salido esas cosas. El Medal of Honor he dicho que es realidad virtual, ¿no? Vale. ¿De acuerdo? Vale, mira, Juego de Tronos, de las Last of Us 2, el Fortnite, el Cyberpunk, el Kingdom Hearts. A ver, espérate, que os leo un poquito. A ver, espérate, está saliendo la típica publicidad. Dice... 2 horas de mi vida de mierda. 2 horas. 2 horas. Yo comprar consola solo vale para jugar exclusivo. A ver, yo llevo aquí 4 putas horas, ¿vale? Yo llevo desde las 7, desde las 7 aquí, ¿vale? Desde las 7, ¿vale? Porque esto empezaba, bueno, desde las 7 y cuarto, ¿vale? Llevo yo aquí porque esto empezaba a las 17:43, ¿vale? Bueno, empieza un poquito antes. Pero yo llevo aquí 4 horas. Yo llevo aquí desde las 7. Yo llevo aquí desde las 7. Ojo, ojo el Spider. Ah, mira, el Spider-Man, los Simpsons. Pues yo llevo 4 horas. Yo llevo desde las 7. Ni me he duchado. Ni me he duchado. Me duele la garganta de hablar. Por eso tengo el agua. El tío de la guitarra.
It's 2020, our show following all the news and rumors on the PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X, and this week, the Nintendo Switch. I'm Damon Hatfield, and this week I'm joined by Ryan McCaffrey, host of
Van a hablar de la Nintendo Switch ahora.
Unlocked. Good to see you, Damon. You as well. And Jonathan Dornbush, host of IGN's PlayStation podcast, Podcast Beyond.
Beyond. Hey there, Dave.
But this week,
mira, como esta gente está hablando.
Nintendo as fresh rumors of a new Switch
Ah,
model have
también han puesto el World of Warcraft Shadowlands.
Upgraded Switch model, a Switch Pro, if you will, are not new, but they floated up again this week. These say that this new model is supposedly planned for release early 2021 early next year. The report comes from sources in the console's supply chain. Says the new version of the Nintendo Switch will feature improved interactivity and a better quality display. Jonathan, what's your
me pasaría el Crash, el Ratchet & Clank y a lo mejor el Capitán Subasa, ¿vale? Bueno, y el Little Nightmares, pues. Mirad, es que desde las 4, desde las 4. Y fijarse que aquí pone 4, 4 horas 15 minutos llevo yo. Yo llevo aquí 4 horas 15 minutos, ¿vale? Y ojo con el tú igual. Mira, el Zelda Breath of the Wild, el Super Mario Galaxy, o sea, no, el Super Mario Odyssey, el Super Mario Kart. A ver. Ojo con los arañazos, ¿vale?
Ryan, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, where there's smoke, there's fire. And this is a rumor that's eventually going to come true. And the fact of the matter is, Q1
es como un
2021,
es como un FIFA, pero
since the
a mí me
Switch's
gusta más.
debut. And yes, we got light, but that wasn't really hardware change. So it is time. I mean, it does make perfect sense. And I mean, it could even work, whether or not Nintendo exactly planned it this way, but maybe Breath of the Wild 2 is the showcase title. Not that it won't work on the current Switch, but maybe it's the Switch Pro's sort of flagship showpiece title, the same way that Breath of the Wild was the killer app for the Switch in 2017.
Dani, amigo, colega.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. But to be clear, we're talking about
la amarilla,
an upgraded
un buen color, ¿sabes?
Of the current Switch, not like the entire the successor to the Switch, Nintendo's next console. Is that right, Jonathan?
Yes, the rumors seem to be, and obviously there's still such a huge audience around the Switch, and obviously we've seen it even this year.
Creo que han enseñado un
tremendous sales success, especially with Animal Crossing: New Horizons bringing in so many new and obviously continued Switch users. I don't think they would want to suddenly split the user base immediately. I think that would probably cause them more hassle than it was worth, and so I'm pretty sure what we'll likely see is something in the vein that we've seen Nintendo do.
Hay un juego que se llama Unknown. Qué lástima de consola que solo 3 juegos de mí me gustan y no veo que saquen más. Bueno. El sonido, tío. No hay sonido,
Sure, there was the Game Boy Advance. Okay.
Vale.
We are having technical difficulties, so I'm going to entertain you.
Hombre, hay juegos infinitos. Por ejemplo, el Super Mario Maker es infinito. El Smash Bros. Es infinito. Los juegos de Pokémon son infinitos en el competitivo. En el modo historia tienen infinitos. Es como un juego multijugador. El Resident Evil 5 tiene historia. Te la pasas en 3, 4, 7 horas. Pero el modo versus mercenario es infinito. O un FIFA, jugar con los amigos, es infinito. Un Fortnite, un PlayerUnknown's Battleground. Pokémon, lo bueno es que tiene estrategia y es infinito. Además tiene estrategia para hacer los Pokémon. Y si quiero por ejemplo, para tener un Charmander con Danza Dragón, tienes que primero tener un Pokémon, con Danza Dragón que sea compatible, que sea del mismo grupo monstruo que el Charizard. Pones a los dos Pokémon y el Charmander te tiene que salir a la naturaleza firme, con Danza Dragón y con 31 IPs en ataque físico. Porque si quieres Danza Dragón es para ataque físico, para aumentar ataque físico y velocidad.
Interactivity, although that's the confusing part to me. I'm not entirely sure what new interactivity would mean. Of course, we already have two Switch models. There's the Switch and then the Switch Lite, which doesn't switch, ironically enough. So it's interesting to think of introducing a third model into the Switch family. I would think they wouldn't want to fracture the audience. You know, there's already a fraction of some degree in the fact that with the Switch Lite you can't use the motion controls of the Joy-Cons. I was just wondering aloud to myself about what the rumors about this new model featuring improved interactivity could mean. Jonathan, any guesses?
HD Rumble is back. No, it's interesting that would be such a clear selling point in some way. I do think it could be something along the lines of functionality in the Joy-Cons, maybe just to the point where they don't drift. Obviously, Joy-Con drift has been such an issue this year.
Hombre, hay que abrirse a nuevo. Hay que tener la mente abierta. Hay que tener la mente abierta, ¿de acuerdo? Porque si no, siempre vivirás en el pasado. Para eso no te compres ninguna consola. Sí, ¿vale? Lo demás en 3D me aborrecen. Son sin copia de los clásicos y no me enganchan. Hombre, si juegas con amigos mucho mejor. Hombre, un Mario Kart, un Super Mario Party.
A pretty big success when it comes to family. So I wouldn't be surprised if we saw something that found new ways to either use the Joy-Con in creative ways that we haven't seen just yet, or find new ways to do something with the control scheme of the Switch.
Yeah, those are some interesting ideas. Of course, the Switch has been phenomenally successful. Some may wonder if we even need a new version of the Switch. Brian, what do you think? There are two new consoles launching later on this year, Xbox Series X, PlayStation 5. Do you think we need a more powerful version of the Switch?
I do, actually, because for third-party purposes, you know, we've gotten... Nintendo, they got off to a decent start with third party, which they just really struggled with in the last couple of generations. And we got The Witcher 3. It runs on the Switch. You can play it, and it is a portable game. It doesn't run great, but it's there. So as Sony and Microsoft forge ahead with their next generation consoles, I do think it's important for Nintendo to, you know, they're going to go along, they're going to march to the beat of their own drummer, but I think they do need a hardware upgrade to try and keep third parties interested in supporting the Switch with the games that, or at least versions of the games that they're already developing. Because it's in everybody's best interest to do so. I mean, players want that.
Que espere 3-4 años, ¿vale? No vaya a ser que se saquen una, por ejemplo, que saquen una Play 5 Pro, una Xbox One, ¿vale? Una consola ahí.
Yeah, I think the third-party factor is a big argument in favor of an upgraded Switch.
Yeah, the Switch has enjoyed a fairly steady stream of ports of big AAA games from this generation, like Witcher 3, Dark Souls, Doom,
Wolfenstein. Que The Witcher 3 es un juego como Skyrim. Te tiene que gustar, el dar vueltas,
way to play those games. If we got an upgraded Switch, presumably those games would run better, but you think there's any chance it could run next gen.
Tiene que gustar el tema de dar vueltas y todo eso.
X games, even if now that it's integrated version.
En serio, el Instagram se me está llenando de basura. Mirad lo que me sale en Instagram. Tanto farmear de una punta a otra en mapa, coger miles de objetos. Pero eso es el pan de cada día. Hombre, lo que estás describiendo es como el Resident Evil 1, el de la mansión, ¿vale? El 1, el remake, ¿vale? El que salió en GameCube. Coger las máscaras, del que estuvimos hablando el otro día un poquito por WhatsApp. ¿Vale? Un poquito por
Jonathan,
que tienes que irte hasta la mansión para coger la manivela para poder quitar el agua e irte a la casa donde para matar a la planta, para coger la llave de la mansión, para poder hacer el puzzle de las paredes que se mueven, para poder bajar al sótano que sale por la cocina.
Those to be ported, even though they may still look kind of like The Witcher 3 and other examples that we've seen in the Switch's life so far.
At the top of this conversation, Ryan was just guessing that Breath of the Wild 2 could be a cool game to launch alongside this revised model. Jonathan, does that sound exciting to you?
Yeah, absolutely, and I think it would totally make sense, especially from what we've seen of the last few generations. There's kind of been a Zelda at the launch going back a few times, so it totally makes sense that you would want people to join the new generation of Switch with a new Zelda.
All right, well, we need to take a quick break. Next Gen Console Watch will be right back.
El Red Dead Redemption 2 ahí tienes para mínimo, creo que eran 90 horas, tío, o más, 100 y pico. Bueno, yo creo que lo vamos a dejar, ¿no?
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles, from frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon. Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
Nos vamos haciendo mayor y tenemos que conseguir trabajo, estudiar más. De niños, chicos, pues, como no tenemos poder adquisitivo, solo tenemos que estudiar. Yo que sé, nos levantamos. Yo tenía que ir al colegio a las 9, yo que sé, creo que era a las 9, ¿vale? Me levantaba a las 8, entraba a las 9, salía a las 2, llegaba a mi casa, comía, hacía los deberes y me ponía a jugar. Bueno,
Gamescom 2020 is the heart of gaming, and you can keep to the beat right here on IGN.
Chao, chao. Bueno, pues yo también me voy a ir, ¿vale? Yo también me voy, ¿vale? No tiene sentido que estar aquí si no hay nadie.
Daily Show, Gamescom's first ever late night talk show, our Gamescom Awesome Indie Show, the freshest deep cuts in indie gaming, and finally the Gamescom Best of Show, including the Gamescom Award. Gamescom 2020 is available on IGN and wherever you stream Gamescom now.
Hey there! Do you have opinions on games, movies, TV, or other weird stuff on the internet? You can take part in our new show, Power Rangers, where you vote on all your favorite things on the internet. Do it now!
Fijaros, tío, es que 2.998 espectadores. Es que de 5.000 que éramos, es que no somos ni la mitad. En serio, yo me voy, tío.
Welcome back to Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We've been talking about the latest rumors of a new Nintendo Switch model. Let's switch gears to the next gen consoles we know for sure are coming. The PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X. Now, Call of Duty, Black Ops Cold War officially revealed this week for current gen consoles and PC on November 13th. But it's also coming to next gen consoles at some point this holiday season. And exactly
yo creo que no hay nadie transmitiendo esto, ¿verdad? Yo creo que no hay nadie transmitiendo esto. Creo que solo sigo yo, tío.
was you seeing like sort of like a
it was Carlito. Vale, esta gente it is a bit of a hectic sort of system they've come up with, because there are essentially multiple different technicalities depending on which version of the game you buy. There is, of course, a cross-gen bundle that you can buy on either Xbox or PlayStation. I believe it's a digital version of the game. And you can buy this and you'll get gen and the next gen versions. You don't have to worry about a thing. If you buy the current gen versions on PS4, you can upgrade to the PS5 version, but you will need, if you buy the physical version, you will be required to still have the disc version from the PS4 inserted into your PS5 when you want to play the upgraded. By box signs, you can buy the current gen version, but then if you buy the physical version, you cannot upgrade at this time. Upgrades are being currently evaluated by Activision on the Xbox store, and they will have more to say in the future. So it seems like the safest bet is to probably buy the cross-gen bundle if you plan on playing it both on current gen and next gen. That costs $70, I believe. Because if you just buy the current version, you'll either have to buy an upgrade later or may just have to buy a new version of the game.
Yeah. Ryan, what do you think about all this? It also I'm a little surprised. It seems like players have less choice on Xbox this time around.
Well, and it sounds like Activision has chosen not to embrace smart delivery on this particular product, which sadly the business reality is it's because they can get away with doing it this way. I mean, it's the Call of Duty's basically, if not the #1, #2 selling game every single year. Black Ops Cold War is going to be anything. The Black Ops games have been the most successful of the sub franchises in recent years. So yeah, Activision can do this, and I mean, it's unfortunate that they're making it so confusing this way and just having it a little more straightforward. Maybe there are reasons behind the scenes. I don't want to sit here and either let them off the hook or absolutely condemn them without necessarily knowing the full picture. But from what we have been shown, the fact, the bottom line is that yes, this is can do what we can that is and choose.
Well, and to all the confusion on the flip side, looking at the accurate version to disc both because of this cross-generational focus. But if you buy the PS5,
that is kind of a smart delivery.
If you buy the PS5 disc, you can't put that into your PS4. So it's this. There are ups and downs in every version. We have a full list of all of it and dig into, especially if I misspoke, because it is such a tangled web of versions to buy. But yeah, it's a very interesting situation right now.
And the next holiday season, Jonathan, do you think the reason we didn't get release dates is just because we're still waiting on the release dates for the consoles?
Oh, absolutely. There is, yesterday also revealed, this is out of left field, but a very, very different game, but it does hold some relevance. Puyo Puyo Tetris 2 was announced also for next-gen systems.
I love that we're talking about that in Call of Duty in the same.
So the funny thing about that is they said, it's coming to modern consoles and Xbox Series X on December 8th and PS5 this holiday. And now that I don't think that means the PS coming after December 8th, but that just means at least Xbox has told us a month. And so they can get away with saying, on Series X. But PS5, there's no month in it. So right now, everyone just has to say.
That's pretty interesting. Got a chance to
not get to play it, but I was lucky enough to get an early look at the campaign, and just little slices of a few of the missions. And I have to say, I'm very impressed by it in the sense that there's a couple reasons. One, it is a direct sequel to Black Ops 1, which is my personal all-time favorite Call of Duty campaign. The numbers, Mason. Great game, particularly if you got to the end. The twist at the end of Black Ops 1 was so good. So very excited about that. And then on top of that, I'm excited because the talent behind this, I mean, Treyarch has handled the Black Ops games, and they are working on multiplayer for this, but the campaign that I previewed is actually being developed entirely by Raven Software, a studio with an incredibly rich, wonderful, decorated history. Heretic, Hexen, Soldier of Fortune, Star Wars Jedi Knight 2, Jedi Outcast, which is probably their all-time best game, and Singularity in 2010 was the last original game that they made. They've been a Call of Duty support ever since, doing multiplayer, the remaster of Modern Warfare 1, doing this, doing that. So I'm really excited for them to get back in the director and develop their own game. So they're just very talented. So between their pedigree and the fact that this is a continuation of Black Ops 1, my favorite Call of Duty campaign, super excited about this one.
Yeah, I'm getting excited for it too. I haven't played a Call of Duty campaign in a while, but this one might bring me back in. Now, earlier today on Gamescom's opening night live, we got a very long extended gameplay demo of PlayStation 5 exclusive Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart. I continue to be impressed by this game. Jonathan, what did you think?
It's every showing of it. Sorry, I'm just so excited about it. Every showing of Ratchet makes me so much happier because I've loved this franchise since the PS2 era, but I feel like it's kind of been almost forgotten when it comes to the big Sony tentpoles, especially just because there haven't been as many entries of it in the PS4 generation. But this looks great. I think it continues to be one of, if not only, the real rare examples of what next gen is allowing for game development and allowing for the final end product when we get to play those games. When we see the sort of Rift-based gameplay where Ratchet is able to sort of hop onto these rifts and tether them to him and instantly jump a location in the world or even onto different worlds. And that demo today really showed that, hey, this wasn't a trick of the reveal trailer that you saw. This was just how that level plays out. This is Ratchet and Clank jumping from location to location with no loads. After the demo, Insomniac confirmed there won't be any loads in the whole game, that this is, exemplary of what we're going to get in the full product. And I'm very excited about that.
Yeah, I agree. Ryan, did you have a chance to watch the gameplay demo earlier?
Ratchet and Clank, two things here real quick. One, this is the most next-gen game that I've seen from either Sony or Microsoft yet, and I say that just with full compliments. I mean, this is a fantastic display of the SSD hard drive loading technology, of just the extra horsepower of the PS5. Hopefully it's going to play great too, but man, it is the most, I think, just jaw-dropping next-gen thing we've seen so far. And number two, Insomniac, as if they hadn't already made their purchase price with the $220 million that Sony spent to buy them from Spider-Man. I'm sure they made all that money back and then some already, but they are the real MVP of basically entire console, next generation console launch. They're dropping Malice at launch, and this is to now be the launch, which I, from my experience, presume to mean we probably expect it within the first 6 months, if I'm March, just as an educated guess. So Insomniac is just two incredible next gen games. Hopefully, they're two very exciting next gen games.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. Okay, real quick before we go, I have the results of the poll we ran last week. We asked you, has Sony and Microsoft's silent on price and release affected your next páginas de videojuego como bandas, videojuegos, waiting to find out when 2% of are bailing on the next gen launch. Quite yet. Here for you to vote on for next week. Are you ready to upgrade to a next gen Nintendo Switch? Yes, you ready, or you love your Switch just the way it is, or
me da mucha rabia, tío. No vaya a ser que enseñen algo importante.
Make sure to vote at IGN.com. We'll share the results with you next week. And that will do it for this edition of Next Gen Watch 2020. Thank you to both Ryan and Jonathan. We will be back next Friday at 6 a.m. Pacific, 9 a.m. Eastern with more PS5 and Xbox Series X news. Stay tuned. There's more Gamescom Studio right up.
Everybody loves watching a speed run of their game. But what if you opportunity to peek into the minds of the developers while they watch their games getting completely wrecked? That's exactly what happens in every episode of Game Dev to Speedrun. We invite you to ride along with the developers as they react to, question, and enjoy some of the most skilled players putting through a game that took years of their life to create. Join us every Saturday, new
Éramos 5.000 y pico de personas viendo esto y no somos ni la mitad, tío. Típico anuncio, enlace. En fin, muchas gracias. Nos vemos en el siguiente vídeo y si vosotros queréis seguir viendo el directo, pues copio la URL, os pongo aquí el mensaje y os mando el enlace, ¿vale? Muchas gracias a Jorge, a Ale, muchas gracias también a Chuco, a Raiden, a Dani, muchas gracias a todas las personas que me habéis visto, que habéis estado conmigo hablando, incluso los que no habéis estado hablando, incluso los que os hayáis pasado, muchas gracias a todos. Mira, Tom Holland, el de Spiderman y Uncharted. Esta no es nuevo, creo que no lo he visto. No, esto no se puede ver con el lag. En fin, muchísimas gracias. Vamos a ver una vez más los mandos, las consolas y cómo nos engañan con los 8. Bueno, aquí no nos engañan. Son 8,2 teraflops. Play 4, vale. O 3, no sé lo que pone. En fin, muchísimas gracias. Y nos vemos en el siguiente directo, ¿vale? Terminar la emisión. ¿Seguro que quieres finalizar? A ver, Gamescom. Aún no. ¿Qué enseñan aquí? Adiós.